Chapter 3, A Secret of Blood.
So, I called you all here to talk about what I've discovered.
Before we continue with Chapter 3 though, I'm gonna need a quick toilet break and a chance to refill my tea. So I'll be right back. There we go. Let's see. After you return from your successful heist, you decided to lay low for a bit to recover and go through the evidence you uncovered. When Anne eventually calls a meeting, you enter her lab to find the place plastered with notes and drawings. The mage is holding a cup of strong-smelling coffee, and her voice seems a tad more on the shrill side than usual.
So,
I have been examining this map we found at Goldner's mansion, and I'm confident of my initial theory that the underground of the mine is in fact a giant seal keeping these demons trapped. The positive news is that the seal is so massive that the damage is only minimal, which is why we've only seen a few demons leak out into town.
Oh, really?
I think we've encountered, what, 4 of these things so far? I wouldn't call that minimal. Boy, do I have bad news for you then. The massive scale of the seal suggests that there are many, many more demons lying in wait on the other side, ready to be let loose. Victoria shifts her stance slightly, looking uncomfortable.
I just don't understand.
When I told Gordon that the mines were disrupting the seal, he refused to believe me. But it turns out he had this map proving it all along.
You'd be surprised how many people are able to bend their own reality to pretend they are not doing anything wrong.
Michael, it's starting to sound more and more like you, the one who's setting Goldie up for this. He probably thinks this is all some big mage conspiracy. He was trying to get the knights to come and investigate. They won't come. What? Aletha and the Paragon himself are determined to keep this under wraps. More knights would complicate this.
I can't believe this.
They can't just turn a blind eye to what's happening here and expect it to go away.
They're not. They're waiting for us to fix it for them.
Oh, great, great, great. That's just what I wanted to know. Waiting for us to fix it. Brilliant.
How does this...
But why take this risk? What are they afraid of?
About that.
I don't know, but I intend to find out. Her tone makes everyone pause. Not even Michael dares to comment. But that's for me to figure out. And please continue.
That's not all.
So yeah, getting back on topic. Caden's idea of fixing the broken parts of the seal still seems like our safest bet. But knowing what we do now about the sheer scale of the seal, it's clear that he never had the power needed to repair it. I mean, the entire valley is all just part of this huge spell. A single dragon sword isn't going to cut it. What are you saying? I'm saying you're pretty lucky that Miner interrupted you when he did, because the ritual would never have worked in the first place. Most likely the sword would have had its power sucked from it completely, and the spell would have taken your life force with it before doing... well, let the worst knows what to the surrounding area. Instead, it rebounded and drew its missing energy from another power source. Basically, sucking it through the roots like a straw.
Oh.
The forest.
I don't understand.
What are you talking about?
I see.
A big part of the wood had its life force drained from it all of a sudden. It seemed like it was caused by your ritual. So
awful.
that's what happened. That's horrible. Caden gets up and abruptly storms out of the shop. Hey, wait, you can't just... Victoria gets up to follow, but Michael puts a hand on her shoulder, halting her. Let him go. He needs a moment to let that one settle. Even in this state, he's no fool. He won't get caught again. Victoria shrugs off his hands, but stays put for now.
Look.
You should probably go talk with him later, Morgan. Though for now, we really should figure out what to do.
About that.
Right. And what would you suggest? Is there a way to fix a seal this big? It's not going to be easy. I still need to study the seal in more detail. I'm certain of one thing though. Whatever ritual we might end up using, it's going to need power. Like a lot of it. And that's where our dear alchemist friend comes in. Oh great, it's me again. Saving the day. To no one's surprise.
So...
I mentioned to you earlier that your spirit locket is quite special. The power it possesses grows stronger every time you seal away another demon. But you haven't yet accessed that power, and I'm starting to understand why. It's missing something, a few key components to connect the mechanism. It's quite odd actually, it's almost like they used to be there, but have since been removed. I could take a closer look and build the missing pieces, but then we would still need more demons. Exactly. The main issue is a simple lack of power. We need more demons to fuel the spell needed for this.
Got it.
How many?
Let me take a look.
Morgan already captured 4 demons. One more of the same size as the other might do the trick, though I could make a more precise calculation for you.
So that's how it is.
That won't be needed. We know what we have to do. Victoria's sharp eye zeroes in on you and you swallow.
This is it.
It's clear what must be done then.
Not bad.
I'm glad you see it that way.
This is the plan.
The hunt begins in the morning. You better rest up and prepare.
Actually...
I would also like a bit of your time soon. There's still much to learn about your locket and I'm eager to get started. So much for getting some rest. It's right back into the fire for us. The meeting concludes and everyone walks off to do their separate things. There's no sign of Caden.
Hear me out.
I'm kind of worried. I think we should go look for her, Morgan. I agree. He shouldn't be out there alone. I'm worried.
Let's go!
Then let's go find him. Come on. The forest is ominously quiet at night, and Mime is walking very close to you as you step between the dead trees. Eventually, you spot the familiar glow of Caden's markings. You're standing by one of the dead trees, deep in thought. Then he turns around and punches his trunk, and it cracks, leaving a deep dent in the dry wood. Okay. Maybe you should be the one talking to him. Yes, one person is probably the best. I'll just be standing over here. Whatever protest you had doesn't matter, because Mime's already gone. Nothing to do but approach him on your own. You walk up to him carefully.
So...
Hey there, Caden. Are you alright? Caden whips around to face you, visibly startled.
Huh?
Morgan, what are you doing? Sorry, I didn't mean for you to see that. What are you even doing out here, alone? It isn't safe.
About that...
I was worried about you. Do you want to talk about it?
I see.
You don't have to do that. I don't want to burden you with my worries. Let's see. Joking or happy? No, I want to keep some of the joking from the friend stage over into this as well, so let's try going with joking. Well, of course. Your face is way too cute to risk. Caden flushes red and he looks away with an exasperated sigh. I should have expected such an answer from you. Honestly. You smile sweetly.
Tell me about...
Just tell me what's going on, okay? Caden takes a deep breath and looks around at the dead trees. He looks so very pained.
The elders at home always tell me I act too rashly. That I am too emotional when making decisions. They were right. Look at this mess. The forest was ruined because I wanted to play at being the hero.
You're trying to help.
You were just trying to help, though. No one could have predicted things turning out the way they did.
But it was predicted. Foretold, even. And I am sorry, friend. But I haven't been honest with you. I wasn't sent by my people to solve this. In fact, they forbade me from going, predicting that something like this would happen. And yet, I went anyway.
I mean, in one way, can't really fault you for not trusting us. You first meeting with this town was getting kidnapped, so can't say I'm too surprised that you lied to me.
I mean, given what you went through with Goldner, I can hardly blame you for not trusting us at first.
You are way too forgiving.
So I've been told.
I deceived you in order to hide my mistakes. But even that failed miserably. The sword is broken. There's no hiding anymore. I never had the right to wield that blade. I took it, thinking the end result would be worth breaking a few rules for. I was arrogant, and this forest paid the price for my foolishness. I cannot return to my people in such disgrace. I honestly don't know what to do from here.
Okay, your choice will impact Caden's path going forward. Stop caring what other people think and move forward on your own. You move forward and fix your mistakes. I mean, freedom sounds a bit too out there right now. I mean, you should stop caring a bit more what people think, but in this case, I think redemption is probably what's gonna make you feel better about trying to fix your mistake. I don't think you would respond very well to just hearing, just screw it and do your own thing. Not when we're standing in a dead forest that you take blame for.
You can't just keep wallowing in your own self-pity. You made a mistake. Well, so does everyone. But if you want the people at home to forgive you, then you gotta work for it. Be someone they can be proud of, if you want them to accept you.
You are right. Of course you are. I cannot give up now. They say rock bottom is a sturdy foundation. Thank you for making me see that all is not yet lost.
Caden smiles and places a hand on the wounded tree trunk.
I will fix this mistake. One step at a time. I will right these wrongs. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, why is there always a blush up?
Only friends, huh?
Caden blinks, then his glow warms and he looks away awkwardly.
I mean, I don't really know what to say to that. Anyway, I think we should head back now. Mime has been hiding behind that tree for a while now. It must be uncomfortable.
Wait, you knew I was there?
Your appearance isn't exactly nondescript, is it?
Look who's talking.
The three of you return to the shop to rest.
Mime, about the forest. I'm truly sorry.
Caden, you know I don't blame you for any of that.
But your home, I destroyed it. Took it away from you. I can never repent for...
Sure you can. We're all here because we're trying to fix things, right?
Even so, I'm still sorry.
Oh.
Let's see, what are my options here? I can go to the flower shop, or I can go home. What's in the flower shop? You approach Anne, who's looking deep in thought, poking away at the broken sword while Caden watches over her nervously.
Please tell me you are being careful with it. Some of those tools look rather sharp.
I am being as careful as one can be with an audience breathing down their neck.
Sorry, but can you really blame me? You are handling my people's heritage like it is a piece of scrap metal.
Right now, That's all it's good for, isn't it?
Too harsh! Way too harsh!
I'm trying to salvage what I can, but unless you give me the room to work and fix it, the sword will stay broken and useless.
Things can have a value even if they are broken. You know?
No, they can't.
They really can.
So,
Well, that's a tense atmosphere if I've ever seen one. Am I interrupting anything? You're only interrupting the Outlander breathing down my neck.
Look,
I'm simply concerned. Morgan, won't you keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't go overboard with those tools of hers? I'll keep a lookout.
about that.
I can keep an eye on her if that's what you're so concerned about. And snorts, turning back to her tools.
I can't believe this.
Great, more eyes. Well, buckle up you two, it's time to get down to business. Since you're here, I might as well go through all of what I've discovered so far.
So,
Should I be concerned by how excited you are? You're not going to raise some undead dragon army to take over the world, are you? You're not nearly creative enough. So, Caden's definitely not lying when he said this is a powerful magic artifact. The material used is unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's almost as if it is alive, pulsing with tremendous power. I do not care about your research, honestly.
I wonder.
Does that mean we can use it to repair the rift in the seal?
So,
I'm fairly sure, though I must admit I'm loath to use it. This is not legal magic, that much is certain.
how does this...
I honestly do not understand the human politics surrounding magic. I've studied the map of the mines we found in the mansion, and I'm confident that my initial theory holds true. The seal we are trying to fix is much larger than any of us could have predicted. The sword itself, despite its power, wasn't enough to fix it. So even if I managed to fix the sword, it still wouldn't be enough to solve this problem. By your tone of voice, I'm sensing you found another way.
I may have found a way to solve this issue. But our fussy Outlander friend is not going to like it.
What?
The sword in itself is not powerful enough, but if we were to combine it with the spirit locket and tap into the power of the demons you have sealed away, maybe even add a few more, I think that might just be enough. I'd have to destroy the remains of the sword to repurpose it into a suitable component to fit the locket. And I'm fairly sure I won't be able to, how should I say this, put it back the way it was when we're done.
You're going to destroy it? Absolutely not. No way.
I told you you weren't going to like it.
Look, I do not care anyway. The less I work on this thing, the better, honestly. We could just use more demon spirits instead of relying on the sword. We'd have to capture those demons, of course, and make sure our alchemist isn't killed in the process. Caden looks away in silence. The sword would put us ahead, and I was under the impression we were under a strict time schedule, so... What do you think? Caden sighs and looks at you. Oh dear, we should use the sword. I can't make that decision for you. Ooh, I don't like either of those. I mean, at one point I just don't want to make that choice for you. At the same time, we kinda need it. bit unsure here. I am a bit unsure. In the end, it's your people's thing, and you should be the one to decide that. I'm fine with finding more demons. It's fine. We'll make do somehow.
About that.
So does your Caden. I can't possibly begin to understand what it means to you or your people. The decision is yours to make. Anne looks away. Caden seems startled by your answer.
Why would you?
I'm surprised you could trust me with such a decision. Anne does make a valid point. If it will stop this unspeakable evil from spreading, I suppose the sword does serve a better purpose in her hands. Just please allow me to continue witnessing the process. Well, fine, as long as you don't get in my way. Actually, this might work out brilliantly. I can reach half the stuff back here cause Quinn stacked it so high, but you, my tall friend, have just been promoted to lab assistant. What? Well, that's my cue to get out of here before assistant is promoted to guinea pig. Have fun, Caden.
What?
Wait, don't leave me with. You can start by fetching me the vials from the top shelf. Careful, it will burn off your skin if you get it on you. Mercy.
To hide behind a smile. It's such an odd topsider phrase. I never quite understood it. But I think I might get it now.
Pardon?
There are those among my people who wish to hide the glow of their markings. Not to stay hidden, but to hide certain emotions they might not want others to see. Hiding your light takes years of practice. So, some instead burn brighter, latching onto one specific emotion and using that light to obfuscate whatever might really be there. To hide behind a smile. It's interesting to know topsiders do the same thing.
I feel oddly attacked right now.
As you should. You do it all the time. But I wanted to talk to Quinn in the flower shop. Can I still do that? To see if we have some more ingredients? No, I just get taken to Anne's immediately. Darn it. Anne's workshop is startling quiet when you return. You find the mage not busily welding together new metals, but instead leaning against her desk, reading what appears to be a letter. What's this, Anne? Are you slacking off? Out of the two of us, I seem to be the only one working right now. Touché. Anne smiles but lets a tired sigh.
It's a letter from my brother, informing me that one of my father's associates has gotten a permit for a court mage, and insinuates quite heavily that I should give up my foolish endeavor and come settle down.
She folds up the letter and throws it on the table dismissively.
He's an idiot if he thinks I'd settle for a life as a pathetic court jester. But you've got to admire his tenacity. I didn't think his couriers would be able to find me all the way out here.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by court jester?
So...
You know how towns have to qualify in some way to be allowed to have a mage move in? Well, some noble families got tired of their offspring ending up all over the empire, so they rigged the rules so that big estates or courts could qualify as a town too. So mage children from noble houses go to the academy to learn 3D illusion magic, and then return home to live off their family's wealth as entertainers.
Ugh.
Why would I ever want that for myself? Spending the rest of my life humoring a bunch of corrupt nobles? What a joke.
Tell me about...
Your father's associate? When you frame it like that, it sounds rather sketchy. Oh, that's because it is. I love my father dearly, but I'm not a fan of how he uses our family's power to bend the rules to his will.
Huh?
You have a brother?
Actually,
I have two, actually. Older brothers, both of them. We don't get to see each other much for obvious reasons, but Marcus likes to write to keep me up to date on the Hufflin family's latest shenanigans. What about your parents? Do they write to you as well?
So,
My father is too busy playing politics to spend much time on family matters. He does send the occasional extravagant gift as a way to mend it there. She chuckles and taps the gemstone brooch holding her tight together. My mother and I have a complex relationship. We don't talk much.
Tell me about...
Your father's a politician? It is his passion. The Hufflin family has always held high standard among the elites of Eridus, but my father's ideal have been shaping the entire region for a generation now. Eridus has a history of being rather conservative in its views on magic. My father changed that, tipping the scale towards a more open approach. He has done amazing work, so I excuse him for being a rather absent parent in my life. He would never have been happy if he'd had to put that part of his life behind him. Still, that must have been quite hard for you growing up without him. It was, in more ways than you know.
I wonder...
What are your brothers like?
so,
Orion is the eldest. He's been following my father's footstep into politics, but I honestly don't think it suits him. He's too gentle for that type of work. Doesn't matter though, since he's the heir and it's going to be set for life no matter how his political career goes. He got married last spring. I've never met his wife, but Marcus writes that she's sweet, so I'm happy for him. Marcus is different. Easily excitable, but with the attention span of a small fish. My father's a patient man, but even he grew tired of Marcus never sticking with anything for more than a day. The one thing that does seem to keep his interest, though, is keeping in touch with me, which I appreciate.
Really?
Family's wealthy?
my excessively long name didn't give that away?
The Hufflin family is one of the oldest noble lines in Eridus. It's of no use to me, however. I escaped that circus when my mage ability was discovered, much to my family's chagrin.
About that...
Do what you love, no matter what your family might think. My thoughts exactly. My family doesn't understand my dream or why I work so hard to reach it. They are simply projecting their own hopes and wishes onto me. Doesn't make them bad people, but it means I have to be content with walking this path alone. At least until I succeed. Then hopefully they realize that this is what makes me happy.
Fascinating.
It's funny. Returns to you. In a way, I think you understand me better than they do. We might not see eye on some things, but you have at least experienced the same as I have, and have chosen to support me even if you don't agree. That means a lot to me. Sounds to me like you're warming up to me. It's difficult to not want to be friends with someone as charming as me, I suppose. Charming, huh? Well, since you claim to be such a charming friend, you must be just the one I need to help me move all these boxes over here. Would help me greatly, oh great friend of mine.
So...
You know, I think I just remembered that I had to help Elizabeth with something back at the shop. Yeah! You try to wiggle your way out, but Anne easily steps between you and the door with a wide smile. You spend the next hour helping her move stuff around the workshop.
So you lied to us.
I'm sorry for the deception. I did not have my people's blessing to come here. But everything else that I have told you about the seal and the artifact has been the truth.
Why would the Outlanders want to keep this a secret?
We do not meddle in the world, topside. Our elders believe the mountains will keep us safe from the Empire. But I disagree. The demons don't see borders. If we don't stop this disaster at the root, then eventually, my home will get wrapped up in the conflict as well.
So, you disobeyed orders.
You judge me? I was under the impression that you had been cast out from your original order as well.
You and I are nothing alike.
If you say so, Victoria. Victoria's already waiting for you and Mime when you leave the alchemy shop, and she gives a court nod when you approach.
Are you two ready?
I mean, as ready as someone can ever be going on a demon hunt. How are we going to find them? So far we just stumbled upon them in town.
About that.
Normally we'd ask around. Demons have a habit of leaving a trail. But given how anxious the townsfolk are, we better start with simply patrolling the area. If a demon is nearby, either you or I should be able to pick up on it.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha. Well, let's go on patrol duty then.
Mind if I tag along?
Michael comes out of the shop wearing his usual lazy grin, and Victoria glares at him suspiciously.
Michael, I swear.
Just what are you planning? Nothing too nefarious, I can assure you. I thought I might lend a hand and sate my curiosity as to how the former demon huntress works.
You could call it a personal interest for self-preservation.
If I tell you no, then you're just gonna follow us around anyway, correct?
Sure thing.
You know me so well.
Fine.
Fine, stick around where I can see you.
I see.
Nothing out of the ordinary here. Nothing here either. Everything is normal. Ugh.
This is it.
Hey, we can't give up yet. We still got places to look. We've been all over town. I don't think there are any places left for a demon to hide.
I can't believe this.
Seems our earlier run-in with Ronan has made the remaining demons cautious. They won't just mindlessly attack like before, leaving us without any leads.
Really?
You think Ronan and the demons might be working together? That sounds really dangerous.
Look,
I have never experienced demons working together. They are vengeful creatures, only out to fulfill their own sick desires.
Oh, really?
So, just how much you know about spirits, then? Explain yourself, mage.
Look,
Demon is just a term we in the Empire use to describe a spirit that has lost its way and become distorted. There are, however, many types of spirits in the world. Many who work alone, but some who don't.
I wonder.
Please continue.
thank you.
You see, spirits can generally be divided into 4 different types. First, we have our common nature spirits. They vary in sizes, but are usually connected to things like old trees or large bodies of water. Then there is Fae, simple creature, quite reclusive, since the Empire once hunted them almost to extinction. Mirages are quite interesting. They're beings created by powerful emotions. They are rarely powerful and don't possess much agency or will, but the more stubborn ones has a tendency to latch onto the place of their birth. like an echo lingering in places of great happiness or sadness. And finally, we have ghosts. The spirit of mortals persist in this world for various reasons. Given the numbers and the style of our interaction with them so far, I would guess the demons we encountered at the moment used to be ghosts.
I can't believe this.
That's absurd. We'd know if a group of humans had been trapped underground like this.
Look,
I never said it had to be human ghosts.
Are you sure?
Creepy. This is ridiculous. Such fairy tales will not help our situation. Do with the information what you will. My point was simply that if my theory is correct, and these demon spirits are connected, if they die together, say an army or family, well, then there's a good reason to believe that they are working together towards a common goal.
So that's how it is.
And what goal would that be? Not a clue.
Of all the...
You are the worst.
So,
There's still so much we don't know. We need more information.
if you want information about obscure old legends and the occult, I've got just the guy in mind.
I find that highly suspicious.
But do you have much of an option?
Is this when we return to the bard? Come on. The tavern is fairly empty so early in the day.
I swear, Michael, if you brought us here to get drunk, I will...
What is this, Michael? Back for another story?
It's the bard! The strained man walks up to your group, his thick round glasses gleaming in the candlelight as he glares pointedly at Michael. He seems familiar to you.
I might be. We're in a bit of a predicament, and I believe you have just the hints we need to move forward.
You know the rules. No spoilers.
oh, I remember you. You're the bard who was telling stories to the kids in the town square.
Ah, yes. I remember you seem to be quite enthralled yourself. I appreciate an attentive audience. I believe we have not yet been introduced. My apologies. You may call me Rune.
I'm so tempted to just add the Norwegian pronunciation of that name because that is actually a Norwegian name as well. But sure, we will go with Rune.
I am a bard who lives to tell stories, and tells stories to make a living.
The Guild of Bards is an ancient group of performers and storytellers. They guard over many of this world's greatest secrets. Getting them to tell those secrets is the tricky part.
Every story can be told. For a price.
You don't happen to have any stories about this area?
Of Anemone Valley? Quite a few, actually. But from the way you ask, I suspect you are referring to something a little more specific.
Demons.
Rune raises a brow, glancing Michael's way.
I see.
Are you able to help us?
I think I know what you're looking for. But are you willing to pay?
We don't have a lot of money, but I'm sure we can work something out.
Spoken like a true diplomat. You're an alchemist, right? What about a potion in return for a story? I used to know this alchemist in another city who made a glasses polishing remedy that would last all day. No smudges, just clear eyesight. I am all out and won't be going back for quite a while. Bring me something like that, and I'll share my knowledge.
The bard leaves and Victoria sighs, crossing her arms over her chest.
I can't believe this.
Guess we'll have to draw by Elizabeth for this. How troublesome.
Hmm.
You complying with this request without objections? I've seen you shake down far less eccentric personalities for information. How come?
About that.
I'm kinda curious as well. I was sure you were going to draw your sword on him.
I don't handle every interaction with violence.
So far you kinda have? Well, maybe not every interaction, but you're close to a pretty good 50-50 average, I'd say. Victoria glares at you darkly.
About that.
I'm not so foolish as to antagonize the Guild of Bards.
How curious.
Didn't take you for the superstitious type.
So...
It has nothing to do with being superstitious. It's a well-known fact that you play by the rules of those protected by the patron of the arts, or you face the consequences.
That seems odd.
I'm so confused. What are you guys talking about? The patron of storytellers, the Nightingale, an old god who's known to be rather mischievous towards those who wrong his charges. Once, a farmer in my hometown village refused to let a traveling bard seek shelter for the night in his barn. A week later, his fields flooded, the barn burned, and the road he used to reach the village was mysteriously overtaken by dandelions. The accident only stopped after he went and made the proper sacrifices, asking forgiveness for his wrongdoing. I didn't think you'd be afraid of dandelions, Victoria. Those things burst through solid rock in only a night. I respect nature.
Well, isn't this neat?
Well, I for one find it very encouraging that even a knight of the Empire respect the wrath of the old gods. Makes you seem less like a military drone and more like an actual person.
Michael, I swear.
Oh, sod off. Let's move on. Guess you're off to make a potion.
You know, when I first saw you, you seemed rather intimidating. Almost like a taller Victoria.
Oh, really? That's quite a compliment. Victoria is a formidable warrior.
Yeah, well, I realized quickly that you're nothing like her. You seem tough on the outside, but one can't scratch the surface much before realizing you're quite soft.
I'm... soft?
Like a big, glowing jellyfish.
Jellyfish, huh? Let's check in on the jellyfish. You want to talk to Caden, but you can't find him at Anne's, and he isn't at the shop either. It's getting dark, so you search the town for him. The town square is empty, so you sigh and continue on. You don't get that far before two guys walks up to you, intimidating sneers on their faces.
Hey, you!
Well, if it isn't the alchemist. You got some gal showing yourself out here after all the trouble you caused. Breaking and entering at the boss's estate. Stealing from us workers.
You'll pay for
You're not getting paid this month thanks to your little stunt. Okay, you really should deal with that with your employer. That is not on me. That is him being a really bad employee.
Actually...
Take a moment and think. Why would I steal anything from you? Everyone needs coin. Everyone knows you and the boss had a row because he was working to put your magic folks back in your place. Stealing the workers' salary is low, even for your kind. So we think it's only fair you get to share some of our pain. They close in on you. I mean, fight back? I'm not quite sure with what, but don't feel like running. You square your shoulders, fire in your eyes as you face off against the mine workers. But you are but a noodle-armed alchemist, and once the first guy swings his fist, you barely see it coming before it connects with your face and you see stars. Yeah, I was afraid of that. You land on the ground with a pained yell, your whole face feeling like a ringing bell, and you can taste blood running down your split lip. The puny potion maker can't even handle a pat on the head. My turn then. You instinctively curl up, waiting for another strike, but when the blow lands, it isn't on you. What the hell? You squeeze your eyes open to see the two mine workers fall. Above them stands a large shape, hard to make out in the dark. Your vision is still swimming, but you feel them help you upright, a cold hand on your face, tilting your head this way and that to look at a properly massive bruise forming.
Talk to me.
Morgan.
How are you feeling?
Oh, you are actually saying the entire line. Ooh. You blink in surprise, your vision swimming into focus on a familiar but glowless face. Hayden, you didn't have to step in like that. I totally had that guy. Hayden's face is devoid of any emotion. You are bleeding. There's something off about him. The glow for him marking is dim to the point of not being there, and his voice is dull. Like, he isn't quite there either.
Look.
It isn't safe here. Let's go back to the shop. You don't argue with him as he guides you back down the street. He doesn't speak another word the entire walk. He leads you back to the safety of the shop. It's quiet. Everyone's already retired for the night. As soon as you're inside, the door behind you is safely closed. Caden lets out a relieved sigh and you watch stunned as the color slowly bleeds back into his skin. He winches as if it's painful.
Are you okay?
Are you alright, Caden? I will be in a moment. Sorry for worrying you. You weren't meant to see this.
Look.
I don't use my training as a Nightwalker often. However, you were in danger and I wouldn't have been much help to you if they noticed me.
Tell me about...
So, what exactly is a Nightwalker?
Well...
They are a special group of warriors trained to protect the mountains from danger. They tend to do that by staying hidden and gather information. They get their name because one of their key skills is to be able to hide the glow of their inner light. For an Ioma, that is a rather unsettling skill to possess. Our understanding of emotion is tied to the glow just as much as facial expression or tone of voice. In order to turn off the light, you need to feel nothing. I mean, it sounds useful, but...
So...
And you can do that? You're a Nightwalker? I never completed my training, but I can make my glow disappear for a time. Not that I would ever do so willingly.
Once you are in that state, it is like a void. And in order to get your glow back, you must reconnect with your emotions. But if you spend your days in the dark for too long, one can forget the things that make you feel. It is not sadness, not anger, just an absence of emotion. And it is a very frustrating thing to not be able to remember what made you happy, what made you sad. I've been in that place. It took everything in me to return. And once I did, I quit my training. I was too frightened to go back to that place.
What do you mean?
What were you doing outside? It's dangerous with Goldner's men wandering about.
Really?
I should be the one asking you that. I at least have some means to defend myself, but you? What would you even have done if I had not shown up when I did? I'm not going with sorry. That just seems a bit silly. So...
Huh?
Wait, were you following me? What? No, I mean... I've been observing the streets at night for a while now to keep track of Goldner's men. I want to find some way to be useful to our cause, now that the sword is broken together with our original plan. So far, I've learned nothing useful.
So...
Does Victoria know about you sneaking around in town at night? I'll take that as a no then. He remained silent and Caden sighs, running a hand through his hair.
Look.
I know these nightly activities are risky, but I couldn't just stay here and do nothing. Now that Anne has taken the sword, the only useful thing I'm capable of is scouting in the dark, but it appears I can't even do that much.
A true Nightwalker would have been more useful, but I am not that.
A sudden feeling washes over you as you observe Caden struggling with this. Don't feel anything harsh. Harsh. Yeah. You feel a warmth spread in your chest. I mean, yeah, you really shouldn't be calling yourself useless. That is quite upsetting. But getting angry with you would probably not help very much, so... Well, maybe you need it. Maybe it will knock some sense into you. You're not useless, Caden. Stop selling yourself short like that. You mean a lot to me, so stop putting yourself down. Caden blinks, clearly taken aback by your confession, and he looks away, hiding his face from you with his hair. That is blunt, but thank you. I needed that. Might have lost my head a little there, sorry. It's late. Caden stepped closer to you, and you pause when he runs a hand through your hair, smiling gently.
Thank you.
Thank you for finding me tonight. Good night. He leaves, and after getting you rapidly beating hard under control, you head to bed.
So, you brought the alchemist back to life and somehow linked your souls together in the process? How?
Mostly by accident, really. I was trying to help and it just sorta happened.
Fascinating. If I wasn't preoccupied with my current project, then looking into this spirit resurrection could be another viable option. I'm certain plenty of high-ranking nobles would be interested in procuring such research. However, I suppose the side effects might be too much, even for them.
Side effects? Oh, wait, you're talking about me? Gotcha.
Still harsh. Why am I looking for Victoria? I thought I was just visiting Elizabeth to learn the spell thing. Well, not the spell thing, but the potion.
Welcome back.
Hello there, Morgan. What can I help you with? I need to clean some glasses.
So...
So I got another request. A cleaning potion that keeps a pair of glasses clean all day.
How curious.
That is indeed an odd request. I thought you were hunting demons. This is all part of my big plan of having superior eyesight when we face down the demons.
Letherous mercy.
I take it you're running an errand for someone. So right through me, huh? That's just a specific request, though. This is most curious. Why is it that curious?
Can it really be?
Because I actually know of just such a remedy. One of my friends long ago wore spectacles, and I spent weeks perfecting a potion so she could... Well, that's not important. It just strikes me as incredibly lucky that your patron asked for this one specifically. I can show you how to make it, easily, however... We need some special ingredients?
Yes.
Right, you should be able to get what we need from Quinn's. Do say hi to them for me.
I'll be off then.
That's all for now, I'll see you later.
Very well. Take care.
Back to the flower shop we go.
I didn't think you'd be superstitious, Victoria. That's rather disappointing.
If you're talking about the fact that I trust Rune because he's a bard, that has nothing to do with superstition. Just common sense.
It's not common sense to trust the words of a complete stranger.
You trusted me, didn't you?
Well, that's different. You're a knight.
And I trust Rune because he's a bard. It's that simple.
I mean, to be fair, that is that simple.
What can I do for you today?
Hi Morgan, how can I help you today? Well, about the forest.
So
about the wilted forest.
Anne has already filled me in on the failed ritual.
It's quite unfortunate, but it explains the results I got from the soil earlier. The life of the forest was simply sucked out, and the earth was left barren. I'm afraid nothing will grow there for many years to come.
I can't believe this.
It can't possibly be the end of it. There must be some way to fix it.
Actually,
It might be possible to use nature magic to return life to the soil.
I've never actually tackled such a large-scale project before. It's quite a bit out of my jurisdiction, so to say.
That's great.
If there's anyone who can do it, it's you, Quinn. I'm sure of it. I appreciate your confidence in me.
All right, I'll give it a go. What's the harm in trying?
I could use your help, though. There are some alchemical potions I'm familiar with from back at college that might speed up the process. I'll help.
I'll do it.
I can help out. What do you need?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so what do we need? I suppose the base of the spell, I could really use a strong fertilizer. Do you think you could brew some for me?
Okay.
Sure, I'll see what I can whip up back at the shop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Just swing by whenever you have the potion, then I'll get started. Well, speaking of brewing things up, I am also looking for some supplies.
So...
Elizabeth sent me for more supplies again. We're making another potion.
What do you need?
Let me see what she needs. Quinn looks through the list and frowns. I'm getting some interesting orders from you lately. I have some of this, but I'm afraid I just sold my last lilies right before you came in. Oh, I feel like there's someone somewhere watching us and getting a good laugh out of this. It's crazy though. It's not like anyone could have predicted that all of this would happen, right? Anyway, can you tell us who brought the flowers, Quinn?
It was a young boy who came by to purchase them. Light hair, red eyes, a general look of lost puppy.
I know the kid.
Really?
That sounds just like him, doesn't it? Where did he go?
Ah, So that's how it is.
So I'm heading out of town and into the forest.
Let's go!
We might still catch him if we're quick.
That's great.
That was quite lucky. I'm sure Kim won't mind helping us. Let's go find him.
Take care.
Take care, you two. Okay, so now we're going back into the woods. Let's see. You and Mime head out into the woods and search for the lily Squint soul. You search for a while before stumbling upon a small clearing with a couple of modest grave at its center.
Think he's around here somewhere?
Alchemist, what are you doing out here? And is this a spirit?
That can't be.
Mime, didn't you cast your spell? I did. I think. Maybe. Oops.
Are you sure?
But spirits are illegal, right? Is she like the one that possessed Ronan? Don't worry. Mime is a nice spirit. She is helping me search for your brother, actually. But you're right, she isn't supposed to be here, so do you think you could maybe keep this a secret? Please? Kim's face took a dark shade of red and he looks away, rubbing his neck. I guess if it's for my brother, I mean, you don't seem like a bad spirit, so... Thank you so much.
I'm still surprised to run into you out here. Not many folks come along this path anymore.
Really?
Then what are you doing out here?
Oh, well, you see...
Kim holds up the bouquet of flowers with a sad smile.
I'm visiting my parents.
He motions to the graves in the clearing and Mimi deflates. Mimi? Why do I keep calling her Mimi all of a sudden? And Mime deflates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't be. They died when I was very young, so I don't really remember them much. For all my life, it's been Ronan who's taken care of me. He doesn't like coming here, though. He says it's a waste to cling to the past like that, but I don't know. I heard that putting lilies on a grave allows you to connect to the dead buried there. I was gonna ask them if they could help me bring Ronan back.
Well, I kinda need those flowers, but at the same time, I should just let him place those flowers. Let's see. What to choose, what to choose, what to choose.
I see.
I see. You should go and give them your flowers then. Right. Excuse me. Kim walks over and sets down the flowers by the graves. He then folds his hands and whispers soft prayer.
Okay.
So, Alatros, or any Paragon who has the time, please bring this message to my mom and dad. I wish for you to help me guide my brother back to me. Please and thank you. He nods, satisfied, and walks back to you. I did it! I hope they heard. Anyway, I should get going. Good luck on your quest, Morgan.
And it was really nice meeting you, Mime.
Kim rushes back to town, leaving you and Mime alone in the clearing. Oh. Can I just take like one of the flowers? Do I leave some behind? We need the thing, so I feel horrible about this. You walk over and pick up the flowers from the grave. Wait, are we really gonna take them? Is that really okay? I don't like it either, but this is the only way we'll be able to help Ronan. We need these flowers. I suppose you're right about that. Still feel kinda bad about it though. But okay, let's bring these back to Elizabeth. Whoop. Don't like taking those things, but
Welcome back.
Quinn needs fertilizer.
So
Quinn has requested some fertilizer. Any idea how to brew it?
I see.
It should be possible to use the ingredients we already have, though you may have to resort to trial and error to get the right mixture. Next time you come to me to practice your alchemy, try out some different combinations and see if you can discover it.
I did it!
I did it. I fetched the supplies.
Oh, that's splendid.
Great, let's get to work then. Okay, let's see. What do I need to create this time? I need the lilies. And I'm assuming this is the one that I need. Then let's see, what else do I need? I don't need you. And I don't need you either. I do, however, need you. But this one... I thought I saw that one. Oh no, that's this one. Never mind. In that case, yeah, no, I have everything. I have everything. That one is good to go, that one is good to go. The only thing that needs to be done is mixing this bit. There we go.
Whoa, look at that!
Eyeglass cleaner. Use 2 ingredients or less. Use 1 turn or less. Okay. Okay, let's try. I need to use this one. But I can take this from, so I can definitely use 1 ingredient less. I still need to use this. So mix it up. I need to do that. Then this. Then this.
I'm proud of you,
Okay,
dear.
use 2 ingredients or less. Use 1 turn or less though. 1 turn or less. How can I even make this with 1 turn? I can place this here. That does not work. That requires then just 1 turn. No, that's not what I need. That will not work. I need to have that one there so I don't move it. That will then only require 1 turn over, so if I can find something that places that in the bottom position. There we go. Mix. And then I just go this one over. That is 1 turn.
Well done!
Use 2 turns and 2 ingredients or less. That one I do not have yet. That one I don't have.
Well done.
There you go. A potion that keeps glasses clean. I hope your friend will be happy with the result. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. But I have more potions to make.
Welcome back.
I want to do some alchemy because we need to make fertilizer.
I see.
We need to make fertilizer somehow. Let's see, have I already found fertilizer? Let's see. Does this one just go around? Yes, it does. Water bomb, eternal sleep, mosquito repellent, headache remedy, visibility. Yeah, no, I have nothing in here that that becomes fertilizer, so let's experiment. That gives me nothing special. This is new. This is definitely new. So let's see. Then I need to mix this with this and this.
Another discovery!
Excellent. Now use 2 ingredient or less. 2 ingredient or less. I needed this one. And I needed this one. No, that's not the one I needed apparently. Fertilizer. I can make fertilizer with these 2 things on their own. So if I then mix and I do that one way. Isn't that fertile? That is not fertilizer. That is fertilizer.
How did it go?
Okay, now use 1 turn or less. Okay. Go into that slot. Now all I need is something that has not that one because I can't use that one. Yeah, that works. I can move that one over and then we'll be good. There. Fertilizer.
Proud of you, dear.
2 turns and 2 ingredients or less, so not doing that. Done for now. Very well. You step away from the table and glance over your recipe book. There's still a new potion for you to discover. Perhaps you should come back and try to fill it out later. You might impress Elizabeth. But I don't think there's anything more I can do with what I currently have.
I see.
Is there? Why did I try putting all of these different combos together now? That won't do anything. Won't do anything. Also won't do anything new. What if I use lilies on everything? No? What if I use roses for everything? Just to make sure. 1 rose, 1 lily. No. No. Nope. Doesn't seem like there's anything I really can do that's new. Seems like I have all the current combos. So let's just leave and deliver the fertilizer.
I'll be off then.
Maybe I can get some more potion. Well,
Very
ingredients, and that would make everything make more sense. Let's see. Let's deliver the.
What can I do for you today?
Have your potion.
I did
I
it!
managed to brew the potion you needed. You rummage through your bag for the vial and hand it over to Quinn.
Oh, this is perfect. Shouldn't have expected anything less from Elizabeth's star pupil.
Guess I got no excuses now. I'll get to work on the spell at once.
I've gotta go.
See you, Gwen.
Take care.
See you, Morgan. Take care. That's that solved. Now to the tavern. You better appreciate this, Bard. I had to take
so you have
flowers from a
returned.
kid's grave. Well, not from a kid's grave, but from a kid's parents' grave.
Did you succeed in your little quest?
About that.
I think I forgot the purpose of this merry chase about halfway through, but here's your potion. The Bard laughs. I have a certain fondness for long, intricate quests that culminate in tough moral choices.
How interesting.
It was quite fascinating seeing which path you took, and the ending? Just captivating.
What?
What? You followed us just to see what we would do? Goodness no, I detest running around. The sparrows told me what you were up to. Quite a little adventure you went on. So, what kind of hero did you turn out to be?
Let's see.
One who finds allies in the oddest of places. Yet, you didn't use that to gain what you needed. You instead choose to deceive your friend to keep him happy and oblivious to what you had done. A clever choice, but remember,
You know,
tragic heroes are the one who insist on trying to make everyone happy.
a deal is a deal. One story for another. Well then, let me tell you the legend of the Forgotten Library. Anemone Valley has always had a myriad of legends connected to it. The Crystal Ore Underground has given life to many a tale of spirits and wisps, and so it was no wonder when a group of mage archivists settled down in the valley to study it. They blended in among the townsfolk, quietly conducting their research. Eventually settling down, starting families. For many years they worked in peace, but any great historian can tell you how inevitable the great wheel of time turns peace to war. The Empire had wasted years engaged in a foolish conflict in the north, and their failures had been chronicled diligently by archivists stationed at the border. Eventually, someone realized that rewriting history was easier than winning the war. But that's a hard thing to do when a bunch of dusty academics enjoys writing books. The archivists of the valley recognized what was about to happen, and chose to bury their life's work in a secret vault underground. The Forgotten Library. Legend has it that chronicles of history, long since lost to time, remain intact in those sealed halls, waiting for someone to discover their secrets. As for the archivists themselves, they vanished overnight, taking with them all evidence of them having lived here at all. No one has seen them since.
A library underground? How would it even be possible to keep something like that a secret?
If there was one thing the archivists excelled at, it was keeping secrets. Blood and legacy spells were a specialty of theirs. It wouldn't surprise me if only those with the blood of an archivist may be allowed to enter that place. Quite exciting, no?
The blood of an archivist?
Michael.
But that is it for my stories tonight. I think you have all the pieces you need to proceed. Have fun.
So, Michael, wanna explain yourself? You enter the tavern to find Michael sitting in his usual seat, Rune sitting on the other side, smiling pleasantly.
And then the merchant ran through the town without his trousers, yelling about demonically possessed ducks. It was a blast.
You do know, Michael, as much as I love these stories of yours, they are not going to pay off your debt. Even with the rate of chaos you enact, you would have to live 10 lives to make it up.
You say that to discourage me, but I am only hearing a challenge.
Your hero's tale will end in tragedy. You can try to laugh it off all you want, but the path you're heading down... As someone who begrudgingly still considers you a friend, it concerns me. Why can't you let the past go?
You should know better than anyone that the past holds the key to the future.
No one can look into the future.
Maybe I'll be the first then.
The bard lets out a heavy sigh and empties his glass.
I pray that what you find won't kill you, or worse, break you.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Hi.
Hi, Michael. Are you okay? That looked like quite the argument you two had. Oh, that? Trust me, we were being civil. These discussions of ours usually end on a much harsher note.
But in truth, he has every right to be mad at me.
The bards have a strict rule of not revealing secrets the listener hasn't paid for in full. Their deity is quite adamant about that one. Every story has a proper price, and some can be quite pricey. I may have gotten a little too much for the price I paid him once. What kind of secrets are we talking about there?
Huh.
Well, they wouldn't really be worth much if I just told you them, would I? Just trust me when I say I could be at his beck and call for the rest of my life and I would never be able to repay him. Michael's expression suddenly turns somber and he looks away from you deep in thought.
That's just how it is.
I made my peace long ago with the type of man I become. Does it repulse you to know a person like me? There's a genuine curiosity to this question, and you search your heart trying to figure out what you think about the wild mage. You're my friend, Michael. I can't say I understand you completely, but I respect your decision and I want to help.
Thank you.
You really have too good of a heart, Morgan. Be careful someone like me doesn't come along and step on it. Speaking of a dare bard, did you complete his request? What did you think of his story?
About that.
You mentioned something that made me worry. Michael, are you possibly an archivist?
I see.
Ah, so he gave that away, did he? Shouldn't be surprised, he's always been good at getting what he wants while staying within the limits of the rules.
I suppose I owe an explanation. Look.
To be an archivist, much like any other school of magic, is not an exact science. Any mage can become an archivist with the right training, but since most of their spell involved retracing history using blood, being blood of the family gives certain perks. I never knew my parents. I was too young to register what happened during the cleansing, but I carry their blood. That makes me an archivist as well, even if I never trained as one.
So...
Do you know anything about your parents? There was not much left after the Empire went on their mad crusade against the bookkeepers. I have later learned through others that they were both archivists working together. They were both archivists working together at a research facility outside Aradas, but that is all.
That's awful.
Michael, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, but I didn't know them much, honestly. Hard to miss what you can't remember. He sighs and looks off to the side. They didn't deserve to be executed like that. They were doing work for the Empire, and then from one day to the next, they were hunted like beasts. All those people.
What do you mean?
You mentioned some kind of research facility?
Let's see.
Right. Archivists were a bit different from other Academy mages. While tinkerers and herbalists would set up individual shop, archivists were assigned to libraries where they would work together to collect and document. Sometimes these libraries would become all-out research facilities, where mysteries would be uncovered through years of hard work. And to ensure the safety of such valuable research, the Coven of Mages often guarded it jealously behind legacy spells and enchantments.
Really?
So what's archivist magic? How is it different from what Quinn and Anne can do?
Here.
It all depends on the individual mage, honestly, but the general theme of archivist magic is that it connects us to the past. Some were able to see glimpses of past events. Some could commune with the dead. Fancy little tricks like that. Usually spells like that require blood as a catalyst, another reason why people were wary of them.
I wonder...
The bard told me about a hidden library underneath the town. A library only an archivist can enter. Sound familiar?
Did not expect that.
So it's true then. It really is here, of all places.
Oh.
If you knew about all this, why didn't you tell us? Don't you trust me? Now, don't you look at me like that. Those sad puppy eyes of yours should be criminal.
First of all, I didn't know the library was here. I had an inkling, which may or may not have influenced my decision to come here.
I wanted to learn more about what my parents worked on, but after my little dispute with the bard, I didn't have anyone to guide me on where to look.
About that...
You could have just asked, you know.
Oh, really?
Well, yes, now I could have. But back when we first met, I distinctly remember a sword being at my throat, so excuse me for being a bit hesitant to share this. The library will surely hold the information we need about this town's underground, possibly even the tools to fix it. So what if I get something out of it as well? It's a win-win deal, no? I mean, you lied to me, which I'm not happy about. I am kinda hurt, but... See... I understand this one less. Because yes, there was one sword to your throat, but there were 3 other people there saying all that it was fine. With Caden, I could understand why he would lie, because he had literally been held captive for days by someone else. I could even understand there were trust issues with the people living in the town. No problem ignoring that, but this one? I'm not surprised he lied to me by all. Everything about his character implied that he would. But still, I feel like he had less of a reason. I feel like we accepted you a lot sooner, so yeah, I'm a little bit hurt.
I can't believe this.
Still lied to me though. What else are you hiding from us? Michael remains silent and you sigh. Let's just get to this library and get the information we need. You leave the tavern. I would not be surprised if he ends up doing something silly. What are the Ivy Woods for? Ready to search for the forgotten library. Go back. Talk with Mime. Sure, we haven't talked to Mime in a while. Mime is hanging out in the back alley, sitting on top of a crate, looking at the clouds passing by.
Hey, you. Did you need a moment to calm down too?
It's been quite a ride so far, hasn't it? I'm so exhausted.
about that.
I certainly didn't expect this to end up with me as a burglar. Well, if you think about it, the first thing we did together was breaking into the alchemy shop. Ever so. Still can't wrap my head around what happened to the forest. A failed ritual just sucked all the life out of it. Just what kind of magic is hiding beneath us? I also can't help but wonder why I was spared. One moment the forest was there, and in the next I woke up alone. My memory is pretty fuzzy, but it's kind of weird, right? I mean, you're pretty weird, Mime, so I guess it fits. Mime jumps down from a crate and starts pacing back and forth in front of you. I feel like my head's about to explode. Demon prisoners, possessions, secret libraries. We learned so much, but I'm only more confused, and we still haven't gotten any closer to finding a way to get you and me separated. You're looking a bit pale there, Mime. Remember to breathe. Right. Breathe. Mime takes a deep breath. She doesn't look any more relaxed.
Well...
The key to all of this seems to be the spirit locket. I mean, if you can use it to seal demons away, then it obviously makes sense you'd be able to unseal something as well, right? You can't very well go and try unsealing demons in the locket, though. Victoria would not be happy about that. I wonder if unsealing a spirit is similar to exorcising a demon. I mean, we know that exorcism is bad since people, well, die. But what if there was a way to just gently let the spirit leave? No ripping souls into pieces. If we could do that, then there might be hope for Kim's brothers too. No way Ronan's gonna show up and offer to be our guinea pig though. But you know, I actually have a crazy idea.
I wonder...
Something crazy, you say? That seems like our kind of idea. Right?
About that.
What if I try to possess you, and then you could try and remove me? You think that might actually break the bond?
You see...
Honestly, I'm not sure. We might learn something if we try, and that should be reason enough, right? I mean, I'm very hesitant about letting you possess me, I will admit. Oh. I feel this is... I mean, I do trust Mime. Sure, I'm probably gonna regret this. You know what? Just, I never save in these games. I really don't, but this one I feel is a bit of a big risk, so sure. In case everything goes wrong.
I'll do it.
Okay, Mime. Go ahead and do it. I trust you.
Thank you!
Thank you. Okay, let's try it. Mime closes her eyes and furrows her brow in thought of a moment, and then you feel a tug on your soul, much like when you use a spirit locket, but opposite. You let the feeling in, and in a flash, Mime is gone. Oh wow, this is so weird. The world looks so different when you're tall. Mime is the greatest spirit ever. Sorry, that's enough fooling around from me. It seems I'm in control at the moment. This must be how the demon controls Ronan too. The question now is, can you force me out somehow? You shove with all your might and you feel the connection flip.
Whoa!
Mime appears again, stumbling and a bit disoriented.
You did it!
You managed to push me out.
I wonder...
How did we do it? Did we unbind ourselves?
You see...
I know. It doesn't seem like it. Sorry, Morgan.
Well,
I can still feel the bond between us. In the end, we were just fighting over who had control. I'll have to try something else to sever the link. Sorry. Oh well.
About that.
Don't be down, Mime. It was worth looking into.
thank you.
And I mean, it wasn't like we didn't learn anything.
I wonder.
If you were able to assist me and push me out, there's a chance Kim's brother might still be somewhere inside him. We might be able to save him. We'll save him somehow and get Kim his brother back.
You're the best.
That's the spirit. At least we
You
can
know,
try.
Victoria, when you and I met, I was pretty scared.
Was?
Okay, I'm still scared, but now that we're all a team working together, I'm not as scared anymore, and I want to help. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not running away anymore.
Mime. I'm glad. We're still not going to have a team name, though.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, no, I'm with Victoria. I don't need a team name. It's fine. Speaking of, what is Victoria up to? You find Victoria in the alchemy shop, looking for the paper she found in Goldner's mansion. You move to approach her when a familiar sound rings out from her pocket. Victoria sighs heavily and pulls out the orb of communication. In a flash of light, Aletha appears.
Victoria, do you have something to report?
I do. We've traced the origin of the demons to the crystal mines.
What?
It seems the mine, or more precisely the ore itself, is part of an ancient demon seal. The mining activity in the area damaged and freed the trapped spirits. It also appears that the owner of the mine himself knew that this was a risk, yet he continued his business undeterred.
A demon seal, then. How unfortunate.
You knew?
I had a feeling. When our people first started reporting demon activity in the area, I knew there was a crystal mine in the vicinity. That's why I sent you to investigate, and not just some common scout. Regretfully, this isn't the first incident like this the Knights have had to deal with.
If there are more cases, then we should halt all mining activity immediately. At least until we can determine if more mines hold seals like these.
You know very well that if we did that, the entire continent would descend into chaos. People are dependent on these crystals. The few demon outbreaks we've experienced have been handled swiftly and discreetly by our agents. I expect the same from you.
And what if this isn't just a few demons? We've reason to believe the prison under Anemone Valley houses an army of these powerful demons. If the seal breaks...
Then you better see that it doesn't. For all of our sakes.
So you'd want her to prevent the breaking of the seal, but at the same time the mining continues. Sure. Victoria lets out a frustrated sigh and slams the orb down hard on the table.
Cursed politics.
Oh.
Victoria? Are you okay? You really should stop eavesdropping, Morgan. I mean...
About that...
sure, I'd like to, but you're kinda standing in my shop, so... You have a point. Victoria lets out a long, drawn-out sigh, running her hand down her face.
So that's how it is.
It appears we're not getting any help from the capital for dealing with Goldner. What a mess.
What a mess. No doubt Michael's going to have a fine laugh about this.
About that.
Can you really blame him? You must admit your boss is making his point for him. Victoria huffs, looking away.
This is...
Just what kind of knight would I be if I couldn't even right such an obvious wrong? You witness a rare glimpse of Victoria being vulnerable and throws you.
About that.
Even if you fail, you'll still be you. You'll still be my friend. Victoria blinks at you, startled. Your friend, huh? Even after everything, you still consider me... Are you crazy, or do you just have a lack of self-preservation? She laughs. But thank you for what it's worth. That means a lot.
Alethea might have decided that Goldner and the mines can't be touched. I respect her decision, but that doesn't mean we can't do a little bit of digging ourselves. He will pay for what he's done, one way or another.
About that.
You won't get away with this. Victoria smiles at you gratefully. You get up and leave.
I'm jealous of your tenacity, you know. I stopped believing the Empire could change a long time ago. Yet here you are, fighting the corruption from behind the lines. You are stupid if you think your actions will ever change anything. But perhaps, if we had more stupid people in the world, things would be different.
Or maybe, if people like you took a break from spreading chaos in the world, I'd have enough time to deal with more important problems.
But where would the fun be in that? Be honest. You'd be dead bored if you didn't have people like me to chase around.
You are impossible.
But at the same time, probably right. Are you ready to search for the forgotten library? Yes. The tunnels beneath the valley are quiet as you and your companions make your way back beneath Goldner's mansion.
So, this story Rune told, can we really trust it?
Seems like a leap of faith. Bards do not fabricate stories, they only retell past events. They might exaggerate, but the core elements are always true.
I can't believe this.
I'm really surprised you're so quick to trust this individual.
Look.
Don't worry about it. If this library really is hidden in these tunnels, this might be our best chance to learn the motives of our enemies.
You know...
If we can get inside, that is. You turn a corner and the tunnel ends abruptly, a large circular door towering above you. Did he say anything about how to open this? Not really. Is it just me though, or does that door look familiar somehow?
Fascinating.
The design does kind of remind me of the wheels of the spirit locket.
You think so?
Do you think we can open it using alchemy? Just what kind of ingredients do we need though?
Well, isn't this neat?
I may have an idea about that. Michael steps up to the door and with a flash of purple magic, he cuts his hand. Oh, Costo. Leave it alone. You can't go downstairs, sweetie. No. Let it be upstairs, dog. I'm afraid you're stuck being an upstairs dog for a bit. So it is starting to become time for your evening walk, isn't it? Red blood drips down his palm and he quickly turns to press it into the center of the door.
Michael, I swear.
Michael? What do you think you're... The room shakes as the door begins to glow with a red light.
Well, I'll be damned.
I just activated the puzzle. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. Now we just need our dear alchemist to finish it up. Right, never heard that one before. You step up to the puzzle. Okay, sort the runes until they all glow to unlock the door. Everything must glow, huh? Okay, now that one's glowing. Now that one's glowing. Okay, all of those are glowing. 2 of these are glowing. Now that one is glowing as well. Okay, but how do I change this? Is my question. There we go. That was easier than I thought it would be. I thought I had to get an actual individual spot, not just in one circle. But I'll be happy about that being easier than I thought. You all stumble down in the dark, musty chamber, the secret door swinging shut behind you. Looking around, you find yourself in a massive library. Everything is covered in a thick layer of dust, and as soon as you step inside, ancient magic lamps flicker to life, casting a calm blue glow upon everything.
You have got to be kidding me.
This is quite the sight.
An archivist collection.
It really has survived all these years.
Michael speaks softly. His voice is uncharacteristically serious, his eye taking in the many tomes and scrolls.
To think that such a place was hidden beneath this town. I have to report this to Alethea.
You can't, though. It will be torn apart.
I'm afraid if you were to do that, Madam Knight, I would have to stop you.
Michael speak with a kind of deadpan seriousness that make even Victoria pause.
Michael, what's going on?
So, you finally show us your true colors. I was wondering when we'd see the real person behind that fake smile of yours.
I think I've been fairly upfront about my opinions of your handlers. This place is a unique collection of our long-lost history. I won't have its location revealed by a military bootlicker who's never had an independent thought in her life.
You...
Reason. Yeah, I'm... Authority, no. Reason.
Everyone, please calm down. I'm sure both of you can see that we have more important things to settle right now.
Why do you have to come here and make sense?
Kinda my part of this group, honestly. I'm here for bringing sense and making silly jokes.
Fine. I'll yield for now. But I am keeping an eye on our dear knight for the time being.
We'll be watching each other then.
If you're all quite done fighting over there, I think I've found something you'd like to see.
You look around and spot Anne much further into the library, holding up a small silver disc that looks awfully familiar.
Is that a spirit locket?
But what is it doing here?
From the look of things, I'd say they were building them here.
Wait. Build? Someone built these things?
Well, obviously. Magical artifacts like these don't just materialize out of thin air.
You say that, but...
This is fascinating. It's clearly similar to the locket we've been using, but more refined somehow. Perhaps this is a later model? This might just be what we need.
I'll be taking that. Thank you.
What? He followed us here? Really? A voice suddenly purrs from deeper within the library. From the shadows, a hand appears to grab Anne's arm, blocking the locket from her grasp.
What the? Give that back!
Anne struggles against him, but the demon barely acknowledges her. Instead, he stares at the locket, transfixed.
How strange to finally be the one holding this cursed thing. Thank you for finding this for me. Your help is most appreciated.
It's quite a coincidence meeting you here. Are you some kind of stalker?
I just waited for the one with the key to show up to unlock this place. You sure took your sweet time. You people have been getting in my way twice now, so excuse me if my patience is worn a bit thin.
Getting on people's nerves is a specialty of ours. Not about to argue with that.
But that won't matter now, because I finally got what I need. Once I've charged up this locket, my brethren will finally be free.
You do realize you need demon spirits to power that locket. You're going to use your own people as sacrifices?
Oh, how very human of you to assume I would be willing to betray my own like that. I'm not like you. And neither is this locket anything like that beaten old prototype you carry around. Care for a demonstration?
Oh no. He points the locket at Anne and it begins to glow ominously, and then a beam of light shoots out and connects with her chest. Just like when you seal away demons.
You are going down, Ronan!
Let's go!
Oh dear. Okay, match the pattern to banish the demons. Fair enough. Whoop. Whoop. And then I also need one of those. And there we go. Oh no, these are wrong. Hi Lohi, I see you, but I just don't have the time right now, so give me a second, would you? Now you're making me make mistakes. That's not what I wanted to do at all. What I wanted was to take this one, then turn this back, now turn it away, and then turn this back in again. There we go. Nope. Stop spinning. There we go. Ronan flinches away as the light from your locket meet, and Anne uses the moment to break free of his grip and escape.
It appears I'm outmatched for now. This thing is running on empty. No matter, I know just how to fill it up. Bye for now, little alchemist.
He grins and disappears into the darkness. Really, we're not stopping him?
We've gotta go.
We can't let him escape like this. You move to rush forward, but the hand on your shoulder holds you back.
Don't be so rash. You'll get yourself hurt.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of right, but still.
Let him go for now. We have other things to worry about.
I wonder.
Not sure what happened though. We didn't use the locket to seal this time, but to attack?
Fascinating.
Seems you were finally able to tap into the demon's soul on the locket. That's good, it will certainly be useful down the line.
This is...
No, leave the door alone. Are you alright, Anne? You look a bit pale. Very well. If I've got to come over there and collect you, then by all means. You, Missy, are not allowed to scratch the door like that. It's not allowed. You will sit here politely and wait for your turn. Rather get his walk than you get your walk. That is how it is these days. So you sit there and help me play instead. But don't eat the remote.
I'm fine. Just rattled. I think I understand just what that locket is capable of now.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Actually...
When that light hit me, it felt like it struck my soul and was pulling it straight out of me. Pulling? What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure Ronan just tried to seal my soul away in that locket.
Are you okay, Anne? You're not hurt? I still have my soul, if that's what you're asking, yes. This is disturbing to say the least, though. What a disturbing kind of magic.
Huh.
I know this must be hard for you, but let's try not to judge before we have their side of the story.
About that.
That's going to be difficult, though, isn't it? No one's here for us to ask. I'd say the library they left behind is a good place to start as any. We should look around. Wise words, my friend. There must be something here that can give us a clue as to what happened. Check the desk, sure. There's a desk near where Anne found the spirit locket. Schematics and papers are scattered around, all written in dry academic tone that's hard to comprehend. Among the dusty literature, your eye is caught by a book with a bright and friendly cover.
Huh?
A children's book? I guess even stuffy scientists need a break once in a while. Sure, let's read the children's book. You crack open the pages, which are dry and stiff with age, and begin to read.
So...
There once was a child with a mischievous mind. He liked pulling pranks on the people he liked. Friends, family, even strangers sometimes would find milk in their boots and toast in their teas. The people cursed and swore at the laughing child. Little did they know something had taken root in his heart. A spirit of rage had found a place to call home, and the more they cursed, the stronger its hold became. The hate grew much larger than the boy, and he split down the middle like a nut cracked open. His kin was slain by the cycle of anger they had caused, and in the end there was nothing left but the mirage.
Yikes!
Wow, old fairy tales really are something. Let's just leave that here for now, before it gives us all nightmares. There's a large blackboard on one of the walls. It's filled with scribbles of half-finished calculations and mysterious runes that might be a foreign language or just someone really terrible handwriting. At the bottom, a message is written in much neater handwriting. I know what you did, Chris. I swear if I find one more fake spider in my things, I'm gonna have Liv weld your boots to the ceiling. Bjorn. Nothing useful here. We should keep looking. You walk among the bookshelves, searching for anything but about the spirit lockets. They're mostly huge tomes of historical records you won't even begin to go through, but eventually you do find a pile of folders that look relatively new compared to everything else down here. Project Mirage is printed in bold letters across the front.
Huh?
You find something? You open the folder. Most of the writing doesn't mean anything to you, calculation and schematics strewn across the pages. However, there's one thing you definitely understand. An old photograph.
Whoa!
No way. Is that Elizabeth?
I
What's an
wonder.
old picture of her doing down here?
Hmm.
Right, and who are those two with her? The one to the right looks kind of familiar. Mime's exclamation draws the attention of the others, who walk over.
My, the old alchemy master was quite the looker, wasn't she?
That woman with her. That looks like Alethea.
Really?
Seriously? Both of them knew about this place? Yet none of them choose to speak to us about it. Given everything that's happened, why keep it a secret? I'm sure she had her reasons, right? Let's go talk with the alchemist and get to the bottom of this. Okay. Lohi, if you behave and don't go running to the door and try to scratch it open, you can go down from the lab. But then you gotta behave, okay? And you have entangled yourself into the headset, haven't you? There you go, you're free. Outside the sun has already set, but there's still light in the old alchemy shop.
There you are. How is the demon hunt coming along?
Elizabeth, I can't believe you would hide something like this.
Hmm?
Morgan, what on earth are you talking about? Hiding what? You hand the picture to Elizabeth, and she immediately grows pale.
Where did you get this?
About that.
We found it in a library hidden under the town, among an archivist collection.
I don't understand. That door was supposed to be sealed. How did you? Of course. I should have known.
Oh no.
Elizabeth, are you okay? Just digging up some old memories I thought I'd put behind me. But if you found this, then it's best that you know.
First thing first. The locket. Is it safe?
If by safe you mean currently in the hands of the demon we have been hunting, then yes.
Letherus mercy.
Just what kind of locket is it, and what's Project Mirage?
It's not that simple.
It's quite a long story.
Look.
Then you better get started. Elizabeth takes a deep, shuddering breath.
I see.
Very well. I haven't shared much of my past with you. I thought it better you focused on the task at hand, but it's clear that the two have become entwined. Spirit locket you bear. Many years ago I helped build it. The Empire needed a weapon in their fight against the North, and spirit lockets were very effective. But the war dragged on, and eventually the spirit we used as fuel disappeared.
Really?
You hunted them to extinction.
I
Or
wonder.
they merely found better places to hide. We don't know for sure, but what is certain is that it started as a massive arms race trying to find an alternative energy source for the lockets. That's how Project Mirage started. Ancient records show that when an abundance of emotion is gathered in a certain location, a spirit might spring to life. A mirror or mirage. Supposedly they are brittle things, with little shapes of form, and dissolve quickly depending on the strength of the emotion they are born from. Like a bad feeling lingering in the air. Our goal was to build a locket that could safely trap and preserve a mirage as an alternative to nature spirits. It would be a near endless source of energy. With the war raging, there was an abundance of rage and sorrow to pick from. We just needed the right tool.
That seems
This
odd.
is... Why have I not heard of this? Even if you didn't succeed, it should have been in the Academy's archive. I read every piece on alternative energy sources in existence, and I never once heard about this project.
That's because we succeeded.
Huh?
It's not that simple.
Liv was a genius thinker, years ahead of our time, and she... Lohi! You could have gotten injured by that, sweetie. That could have injured you. Are you okay? Let's see. All 4 paws seems fine. Tail seems fine. Though a little bit low after that noise. Ah. You gotta be careful, girl. Years ahead of her time, and she succeeded in creating a second generation of lockets, but it was never used in the war. Because mirages are mirrors of human souls, an unexpected feature of the invention was the ability to lock away human souls as well.
That seems odd.
Well, that is quite problematic. Trust me, I realize I don't understand why it would make you shelve the project. The human spirit doesn't possess any magic, that's why spirits were used instead.
Normal human spirits don't. But what about mages?
A tense silence falls over the room.
If just...
You must understand, the Empire was desperate. The people were getting sick of a never-ending war. Aletha kept getting called back to the capital, and every time she returned, she seemed more distant. We knew something was coming, and we didn't want to risk this discovery becoming a weapon to be used against the very people who built it.
Let's see.
So you sealed the locket away.
Yes.
On Liv's insistence. She still believed that in a time of peace, the locket might be used for good, and so she and the other researchers hid their discovery. Locked it away. Many of them were later killed in the Great Cleansing or disappeared north. I too left my post and decided to set up shop in town to keep an eye on things.
I can't believe
And when
this.
the demons showed up, you didn't think it might be related?
Lethrus, grant me strength.
The demon seal beneath this town is no secret to the Empire, at least not to those they deem important enough to know. This location was chosen because of its unique situation. In order to build a spirit locket, after all, you need spirits to test it on.
Oh.
That sounds really horrible.
Huh?
How? The demons were sealed away, right?
Ugh.
It's not easy, and definitely not cheap, but it is possible with the right mages to open a seal like that and drag a single spirit through, do the experiment, and then return it to its person.
Huh.
That certainly sounds ethical. Those poor spirits.
That's awful.
That's horrible. Those poor spirits.
Uh-huh.
You weren't saying that when they were trying to kill us all.
Well...
Even so, it must have been hard on them.
Is it possible that Ronan, or the demon possessing him, is one of those spirits extracted for these experiments?
It has to be.
Let's see.
It would certainly explain his grudge against us human, and also how he knew about the locket and its location. You think this has been his plan all along?
Look.
He went after the alchemy shop to steal your locket. We thought it was because he was gonna use it, but he might have known it was the key to enter the library. I wonder though, how was he planning to get his hands on the blood of an archivist?
I see.
Maybe he was planning to possess you later down the line?
Oh, really?
While the thought is flattering, he couldn't possibly have predicted that I would show up, could he? It doesn't matter anyways. As things stand now, he already has the locket he was looking for.
What would be his next step?
He'd need to charge it. Find a mage he can seal away, so he can use the locket to break the seal.
His minions have already failed in recruiting Anne and me for this. So who would be his next target?
Quinn might be in danger. We have to go warn them immediately.
I agree that it is a possibility, but please remain calm. Now that we know his plans, we have the opportunity to lay a trap.
Oh, really?
I thought you'd be running straight back to the capital after this to get permission from your handler. Michael.
Huh.
What? I'm merely pointing out that if word gets back to Alethea that the locket is here, you can wave goodbye to any chance of us laying a trap to get it back. Victoria.
I was tasked with putting a stop to this. We can't let Ronan succeed. We'll proceed on our own for now. Alethea did order that we take care of this any way possible without drawing attention to ourselves. This is the best way to do that.
That's... okay then.
Very well.
I can't believe I'm saying this. But thank you, Victoria.
Please don't.
So what do we do now?
We lay a trap for a demon. Okay, so here's the plan. Since Ronan still believes we're clueless about his next target, we have an edge.
The achievement for Chapter 4 appeared, but not the title for Chapter 4, so I think we're in Chapter 4? We're going to prepare and be ready for when he strikes.
Really?
That seems like quite a lot. What do you intend to do? Stake out my shop? If necessary, that's what we'll do. Oh my.
About that.
I bet Morgan can make some alchemy potion that will be helpful for fortifying the shop. We'll trap him for sure. Maybe you should leave town for a while, Quinn. You could visit Eridas for a few days. Then you wouldn't be in harm's way.
Absolutely not.
I am not going to hide away. What will my customer think if I just up and vanished like that? What about the library then? We can set up a base for you down there. Surely that would be safer.
Look.
It's not like the library is impenetrable. Ronan has already proven himself capable of entering it, despite its protections.
How curious.
Only someone with the blood of an archivist should be able to open that door, correct? How did he get inside?
Huh.
That's what I also like to know. There's still much about our demon friend that remains unclear. I'm honestly annoyed at how dense these people are at this point. I would think it was quite obvious, but oh well. Let's see how long it takes for them to realize. Maybe we should go and talk with Kim again? He might be able to give us a bit more insight into his brother's behavior.
Well,
If we can find him, that is. He usually comes to us, not the other way around. But I agree, it's worth looking into.
this is the plan.
We will bolster our defenses, learn more about the enemy, and finally set the trap. A simple but efficient strategy. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find a way to complicate things. Remember the cheese for the trap, and we're good. Victoria sighs.
Thank you, Victoria.
What are you scheming now?
No scheming, I swear. I'm merely grateful you've decided to keep the library a secret.
For now. Don't kid yourself. This is a temporary solution to give us an edge with our mission. Once the demons are stopped, I have to report this to Alethea.
And I shall spend the time you have granted me wisely. I won't forget this.
Just don't go and do anything stupid that would force me to turn you in.
I promise. You know, I knew from the start that you would be quite the formidable foe to face. I hadn't expected you to be a formidable friend as well.
Speak of it to no one.
My lips are sealed.
Aww. They're becoming friends. Okay, let's see. Hanging out in the alley? Sure. We can do that.
So, you're really going to trap Ronan this time around?
That's the plan. And afterwards, we're going to find a way to bring him back to the way he was.
That's amazing, Mime. I never thought it would be a spirit who'd end up helping me get him back. But I'm grateful.
You seem to be handling this a lot better already. You don't look scared of me anymore.
Well, I'm still a bit scared. But you've been nothing but nice to me, so I really shouldn't be so suspicious. It's just that my brother has always told me to stay far away from spirits. That they're dangerous. He never even let me enter the forest on my own.
That seems a bit...
I know. I didn't question it growing up, but now I can't help but wonder what made him so afraid. It might have something to do with my parents' death.
You think a spirit?
Ronan never wanted to talk about it, and I was very little, so I can't remember. But it would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Why he hated you all so much.
Not a spirit. That's not what killed them. Well, at least I don't think so.
Kim, I'm sorry.
Pretty sure your parents were archivists, kid. Pretty sure your parents were archivists.
Huh? Why are you sorry? Even if it was a spirit who killed my parents, that has nothing to do with you. Talking with you, it's clear that my brother was wrong. Spirits are a lot like humans. Some are bad, but some are good too. Just because one spirit did a bad thing, doesn't mean that all of you are bad. Good spirits like you shouldn't suffer because some turned bad. That isn't right.
Kim...
I just noticed the time. I was supposed to pick up a package for the baker. Oh no, I gotta run. See you around, Mime.
Spirits are like humans, huh?
I see you're having fun. Didn't take you for being such a social butterfly, Mime.
Huh?
I like people. When they're not either running away from me or chasing me with pitchforks, that is. Oh no, I was so excited to tell him about that plan, I didn't think to ask him about his brother. You know, following the plan is a key element of the plan, right, Mime?
Come on.
I know that. This is just a minor setback. I'll hold him down again in no time. Crowd's kinda thick now. I'll find him though, don't worry. Mime brushes off.
Is something wrong, Victoria? You look like you want to say something.
Merely waiting for the gloating to start. Go ahead. Call me a hypocrite.
You should know by now, I'm not really the type to revel in others' misfortunes.
Which somehow just makes this even more frustrating. I criticized you for going against orders, and now I went and did the same. Just like that time.
Victoria, Out of all of us here, you have proved to be the one most capable of dealing with problems with a level head and a calm mind.
Excuse me? I resent that.
What happened between you and the hunters, I can't say I understand. But I do know that no matter what we might be facing in the future, I trust you to steer us in a just direction.
Anne is right. You really are soft as a jellyfish.
You don't say.
However, I think I needed to hear some soft wisdom for a change. Thank you, Caden.
Anytime.
Let's go home first. Maybe we can brew some more potions. You find Victoria in the alchemy shop together with Elizabeth.
So, it is you, then? The spirit alchemist?
The people never were that creative picking names for their so-called heroes.
It's such an honor. You were knighted before all the paragons. They gifted you a silver chalice, the highest award for military service.
And it makes for a fine paperweight, but isn't worth much else.
I don't understand, but why are you here? You could be the highest ranking officer on the continent, and maybe even petition to be a paragon yourself.
Don't fool yourself, Victoria. I might not be a mage, but anyone who has been as close to magic as I would never have been allowed into the inner circle of the capital.
But
the world is a complex place, Victoria dear. I have many reasons for being here, much like you have your own reasons for being in Alithia's employ instead of with the demon hunters.
Oh, no you don't. Oh, you do not eat that little bolt there, Missy. Not eat. That's a screw for the shell. I'm not taking you to the vet during the weekend to get operated because you eat something silly. You've been there enough times lately. Victoria leaves the shop, shooting you an odd look on her way out.
Ah, here for some more training.
About that.
Elizabeth, about what happened yesterday.
If just...
Morgan, I am so sorry for all of this. When I took you in as my apprentice, I had put that life behind me. I never wanted you to get tangled up in any of that.
Okay.
It's okay, Elizabeth. I understand. This doesn't change my opinion of you. You're still my teacher.
Hmm?
Morgan. You're just...
Thank you, dear.
Your teacher clears her throat and straightens up. Anne tells me that you managed to tap into the demon spirits during your fight with Ronan last night. That is good. Your skill has progressed much faster than I could have hoped. With this, you'll be able to create potions that are exclusive to a spirit alchemist. Though I must warn you, using such volatile energy can be quite dangerous if not handled correctly.
I wonder...
Would any of those potions be useful for protecting Quinn?
Yes.
Very much so. I believe it would be wise to start by teaching you how to make protective wards. With your new abilities, you should be able to make them strong enough to keep even Ronan at bay. However, I'll need you to check in with Quinn and pick up more ingredients.
I'll do it.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Thank you, dear.
Once you return, I'll teach you how to use these new powers of yours. Hopefully without ruining the shop.
Here, Michael. I have something for you.
A sweet roll? Mime. I didn't realize I was being such a bad influence on you.
I paid for this, unlike some people. It's just, after everything that happened with the library, you look like you could use something to cheer you up a little.
Was I really being that transparent? Or perhaps you are more perceptive than I gave you credit for.
Huh?
Thank you, Mime. And don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, how could I not be? With such lovely friends looking out for me.
When you say it like that, you sound like you're gonna get yourself into more trouble.
Only good trouble. I promise.
I'm worried how it's gonna end for some of them. Sure, let's do Caden first.
And then I told him, "Sir, that's not a rose." And he...
You've spent the evening at Quinn's. You're all taking turns keeping an eye on the flower shop. Not that you're keeping much watch at the moment, as Quinn has brewed herbal tea and the two of you are busy sharing your best weird customer stories. And I was asking him, are you really sure? Because I couldn't come up with a polite way to break it to him that the plants smell like farts, and then... Door to the back opens and the two of you turn to see Caden walk in, looking awfully tired. I've checked around the shop again, but there's no sign for either demons or Ronan. You look disappointed. Were you hoping for a fight?
Well...
I'd rather know his plan than deal with this frustrating waiting game.
You look like you need something to warm you up. I'll go brew some more tea.
Quinn gives the man a meaningful look, then goes out into the back. Caden leans against the counter with a sigh, and you notice how he seems dimmer than usual.
Are you okay?
Are you okay there, Caden? You look rather dim. I'm fine, or I will be in a moment.
More of Goldner's men are prowling the streets. It's getting harder to stay out of sight.
What?
Are the demons driving them to do this? Just like that guy in the mines?
Actually...
I don't think so. Not entirely. Goldner is just very good at manipulating them, it would seem. Aiden's eyes are fixed on the streets outside the window, but they seem unfocused somehow, like his mind is somewhere else.
I have some questions.
Come on now, Caden. Don't leave me in suspense. What's on your mind? It's nothing really, just pointless musings.
You know...
Seeing the library and hearing Michael's story, it got me thinking. When we met and Michael said that your people had destroyed their own historical records, I didn't believe him.
I don't understand.
Such a thing would be unheard of in our society, yet I cannot deny the evidence when it's presented to me. I've never really given much thought to how precious my people's collection is. That knowledge is something that people will kill to obtain, or to destroy.
How curious.
I suppose I've gained a newfound respect for my elders who have worked so hard to preserve our history, even if I still don't agree with their apathic views on the outside world. I thought I had to leave to change history, but the act of preserving what came before, that too can be used to change what is to be. You changed, Caden. It sounds like this experience had given you some new perspective.
Really?
Perspective, huh?
I have been thinking about what I will do once all of this is over.
You're making a difference here. I am making a difference by being in this place. I'm nowhere near to making amends for what I've done, but perhaps in time, I'll be able to face my elders and tell them what I've discovered.
This is...
Caden, you're still beating yourself up over this?
Look,
If we succeed in preventing Rona's plan from coming to fruition, then things will continue as per usual. My people won't know about the disaster that their apathy almost permitted. We can't keep living with blinders on until it successfully disaster wakes us up from a slumber. It is my duty, I believe, to wake them up.
So...
Now you're talking about Judy again, but what is it that you want, Caden?
how curious.
What I want, huh? He looks at you and then quickly averts his gaze. What I want doesn't really matter.
You see...
You say that, but I've taken a personal interest in seeing to it that you get what you want. So come on, out with it.
Why would you...
You... Mercy. This time I've spent with you, despite the hardship, I have never felt so alive. I've always had a desire to explore, to travel, and learn about the world. Things up here are so exciting. They change and shift, and I feel like my actions have an actual impact. But that's all the more reason for me to return. My people deserve to know this as well.
I wonder...
What do you think will happen when you return? The elders are not going to be happy with me. I left without permission, stole one of our most precious artifacts, and destroyed it. There will be a punishment for sure, and after that, I'm not sure they'd be willing to listen, but I have a duty to try. You don't have to please them. Do what you feel is right. Oh dear. First though, why did you come up here? I cannot deal with having both two of you in a room. That is not acceptable. You stay there. You stay there until rescue comes. Let's see. You don't have to please them. Do what you feel is right. I mean, for your own sake, I think you need to do what you feel is right.
About that...
I believe you can change their minds. If this is what you feel is right, then I support your decision completely.
You know...
You... Such a... He trails off and looks at you, the glow of his eyes warm. The darkness will never leave me. I have accepted that. Nor will I have to find a way to make it work for me, so I can use it to help. No, now I will have to find a way to make it work for me, so that I can use it to help those I care for. I'll miss you though.
Oh.
I'll miss you though. Promise not to forget all about me when you go, alright? Morgan, I could never. You're interrupted as the door to the back suddenly opens and Quinn enters the room with a pot of tea.
Ah, so that's how it is.
I see you two have already gotten comfy. I'm glad. They smile and pour the brew, a sweet earthy scent drifting up with the steam.
By the way...
Now, Caden, you must tell me about the flora that grows in the southern mountains. Caden's shoulders relax and he smiles back. What do you want to know?
Hey, Caden, I've noticed your markings sometimes change color. Like, the light becomes warmer somehow, especially when you're around our alchemist. Why is that?
Well, that's...
Oh, they should be good.
Oh no, I wanted to hear that story. Damn it! Darn it, I've misclicked. Oh dear. Wish there was a way you could go back and still hear that. You enter the flower shop and are terribly surprised to find Anne already there. You did not, however, expect to find her and Quinn arguing.
I just don't understand why you are being so stubborn. The shop will be fine if you leave for a couple of days. I'll even water the plants for you.
While I would love to see you try your hand at gardening, Anne, this isn't just about the plants, and you know that.
I can't believe this.
Obviously. This is about your safety. Staying here is a huge risk for you, so why?
Because I'm not like you. I'm not gonna run away as soon as an obstacle presents itself.
Shots fired there. Anne looks struck and Quinn winces.
Anne, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
Anne turns on a heel and leaves the shop, pushing past you without a glance. Quinn sighs and leans against the counter. Well, that didn't go the way I planned.
That didn't go the way I... Sorry. You had to see that.
Are you okay? I don't think I've ever seen you snap like that before.
I try to always stay calm in these kinds of situations. But Anne, she... I care about her a great deal. And sometimes caring means being incredibly angry and frustrated with each other. I'm afraid it's not the first time we've strayed into this particular argument. I'm not proud of what I said. I'll have to find a way to apologize.
So...
You and Anne argue a lot? Well, of course, we have our usual friendship quarrels. Who gets the last cookie? Should tea be with or without milk? Stuff like that. But this particular disagreement goes a bit deeper. Anne is such a wonderful person. I fear she can't see the light she could bring to the world. Instead, she hides away in fear, taking the safe route she knows. She has her reasons, and it's up to me. It isn't up to me or anyone else to decide what she does with her life. But a lecherous mercy, that doesn't change the fact that sometimes I just want to grab her by the neck and throw her out into the light where she belongs.
About that...
Anne has her reasons for shying away from the world.
Actually...
I understand your curiosity, but really isn't my place to tell her story. I'm sure she'll tell you herself when she's ready.
Are you okay?
How are you handling all of this, Quinn? You look so calm, but this is a demon we're talking about.
What a mess.
I'm terrified. No use lying about that. But I trust you, and I trust Anne, even if she doesn't agree with me on this. I refuse to live my life in fear. Otherwise, what's the point? So Elizabeth needs some ingredients.
I wonder...
Elizabeth is going to help me brew some words for your shop, but we need ingredients. Can you help?
Oh, you'll love this.
Of course, I'll get these for you right away. That should be everything. Here you go.
So...
You're sure I don't have to travel to the mines or deep into the forest for an ingredient you don't have in stock? Don't jinx it.
Tell me about...
With all of this going down, have you had any time to work on restoring the forest?
Actually...
I managed to get something together, yes, but I ran into a bit of an issue that's holding me back. Issues are my specialty. You want more or fewer of them?
Actually...
Preferably fewer for now, but I don't think this can be solved without getting into a little bit of trouble. I need for it to rain. You see, the nutrients in the soils aren't the only thing that was removed by the failed ritual. With no plants left to hold on to it, the water dried out as well. A good rain shower would clear the issue up nicely, but the weather's been very dry lately and it doesn't look like it's getting better. So now I'm stuck here just waiting for the rain.
This is it.
I actually have a potion that might help with that. You reach inside your satchel to fetch a vial for Quinn. This should be good enough to water the area.
That's wonderful.
A water bomb? Of course, that's perfect. I had forgotten we made that, but yes, we did. We used to play with these at the academy when we were young. The professor would get so mad. How could I forget? Quinn looks at the vial with a sad sort of smile.
Really?
What's this? You were a naughty student, Quinn? That's a surprise. We were all kids once. Things used to be a lot more simple when we were still kids at the academy. Can't fault Anne for wanting to return to that time. Anyway, thank you so much for your help. I'll let you know how it goes.
I have some questions.
Can you tell me a bit more about your magic? How does it work exactly?
Actually,
there are several schools of magic that are taught at the academy, and most of them require knowledge and training. But nature magic is a field that requires more natural affinity. Our souls resonate with the life force of nature, and from that connection we can pull or push to make things grow or wither. There aren't that many of us, and we who exist usually live a more solitary lifestyle away from our peers, preferring the company of nature rather than of other people.
Really?
Why would you choose to live in solitude?
just imagine.
We just connect with nature easier than people. The flow of magic energy we share makes understanding nature like breathing. It's said nature feels the same way. Plants and trees will grow brighter and higher if a nature mage is near, and even spirits are drawn to us because of this connection. All of which serves to alienate us from our peers, so to say.
Tell me about...
What are the other schools of magic?
Did you know?
Oh well, I'm a nature mage, as you well know, just as you know, and to be a tinker mage. Then there are the illusionists, those who specialize in magic that dazzle and entertains. And finally the menders, those who study the human body and how to heal and cure sickness and wounds. But what about the furniture mage? We heard about the furniture mage early in the game and now you don't mention it at all?
I'll be off then.
I should go and get working on some potions then. Okay, Morgan.
Take care.
Let's see. Let's make this potion.
How did it go?
I'm ready.
I got the ingredients. Let's make these wards.
I see.
Very well, I'll show you how it's done. Okay, so let's see. What do I need here? We now have sunflower, which I'm assuming we're gonna need since that was the new ingredients we had to get. Let's see.
Careful now.
Placing ingredients inside the top wheel will reveal empowered ingredients. Mixing 3 identical ingredients inside the top wheel, where one is an empowered ingredient, will create one singular ingredient. Okay, that's new. But be careful when you attempt to combine ingredients, as empowered ingredients must be made inside the top wheel to maintain their power. I am confused. Wait, so if all of these 3 had been the same sign, then that's a good thing. But for that to happen, all 3 of them has to be inside the top wheel at all times. And can never be taken down here. So, let's see. I have that one here, which I can then add, and then I have this one. So if I now mix these, I just want to see if this works.
Careful when you add that.
Okay, but you said mix the same things in the top wheel when all three of them had the same thing. Okay. Well, maybe I ignore that for now. Let's see. For now, let's use you for not that one, that one. Then I can use, let's see. You can be used for that one. And now I just need the last one. No, I want that. And then just mix it. And mix this one turn. And create.
Whoa, look at that!
Okay, so use 2 ingredients or less. Oh no.
Well done.
I wanted to make more things. These words should be enough to keep any demons out of Quinn's shop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. This will be great help against Ronan.
I appreciate it.
I'm glad I can help. Quinn is a dear friend, and I want to keep them safe as well. Just, you be careful as well, alright? I'll be here in case you want to practice your spirit alchemy further.
Good luck, dear.
Actually, I do. Let's get right back into that.
Welcome back.
Here to practice.
I'll do it.
Okay, let's see. What else can I do? Is there anything else? Aha! Wait, how? How do I do this, though? Okay, the mixture will explode if a volatile ingredient comes into contact with another volatile or identical ingredients. So, this is wrong, this is wrong. Why is this right? Is it the glow? Placing ingredients inside the top wheel will reveal empowered ingredients. Mixing 3 identical ingredients inside the top wheel where one is an empowered ingredient will create one singular ingredient. Okay, but they have to remain within that wheel. Okay, so this has to maintain within that wheel. What?
What's
Okay,
that
let's do that
smell?
one more time. What is it I'm doing wrong here? Oh, it's because of those two, isn't it? I don't see how. Let's see. Why does that explode there? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If I just do this, this will do the exact same thing. Why does this explode? Now it doesn't explode. Oh, but if I do it now, it would. Because now it's there. Aha, okay. I wasn't paying attention to everything else. And that one cannot go here now. Oh. Oh. Okay, so I need you to go over here. And then go away. And now I messed it up. Yeah. I need to cancel that. Okay, I think I get it now. I think I get what I was doing wrong. So, let's try this again. So, we have this. this can now go here. This can now go here. That can go away. This can now go here. But this one cannot. So I need you over here. And then I need you one over here. Oh. Then I can do this. No, isn't those two gonna explode? Aren't those two gonna explode? I thought they would, but it doesn't seem like it is. And then I need this thing as well. Well, I guess I kind of messed that up. There we go. That should work.
Another discovery!
There we go. Tired of your beautiful flower crowns wilting, this potion will make them last for an eternity. Flower. Okay. So that should help with the flowers, I'm assuming, in the next part. What else can I do? Oh, I already done all of these. Okay, let's go back. I think that was the only one new that I had access to right now. Though I'm probably now able to do more of the other ones.
I'll be off then.
Very well.
Okay, so let's see. Let's start at the flower shop with visiting Quinn.
Welcome back.
Oh no, I can't because that's probably
I'll
gonna
be
close the chapter, isn't it?
Take care.
I need to do everything else first. So up to the Forgotten Library we go.
Welcome back.
Not where I wanted to go though.
I'll be off.
Very well.
Not where I thought I was at all. This is where I want to go. Find Michael. You walk down into the Forgotten Library. It's easy to imagine how the place was once buzzing with life. Archivist walking amongst the rows of bookshelf, working on a new big discovery. Now it's quiet, however, save for a single mage sitting on the floor surrounded by piles of books.
So...
It's quite a fort you built yourself. Am I allowed inside? Michael looks up, startled by your voice. He looks a bit gaunt, like something heavy is weighing on his mind, but it's easily masked by a smile. Indeed, I have built the greatest defense known to mankind. To enter my secret sanctuary, you need a proper password.
I wonder...
Is it a password? Very well, you may enter. You sit down next to him, and Michael closes the book in his lap, tapping at the cover with a finger. I've been searching for this place for years, which, granted, in the grand scheme of things, isn't really that long, but I'm still struggling with this old feeling of, what now? This collection is awe-inspiring. As all the libraries fell, survivors would have brought what they could here, gathering possibly the largest collection of historical records right under the Empire's nose.
Look.
He picks up a book from the pile and flips through it. This is a full record of heirs to one of the biggest noble houses in Central Capital. Most of them illegitimate, by the looks of things. Oh, or this one. He picks up another book. An account of how an incompetent general accidentally ran his army through a quiet farming village during the conquest of the north. And a detailed description of the hops the official had to jump hoops through in order to cover it up. They're all like this. You just to the massive collection around you. Row upon row of documented history. Detailed accounts of crimes and corruption, the very worst and best of humanity gathered on dusty old pages.
Huh?
You don't sound particularly happy about this.
Huh.
It's crazy. I should be over the moon. I did it. I succeeded in finding this well of knowledge and drinking from it. But instead of feeling satisfied, my mouth tastes like ash.
I could live 1,000 lifetimes and not fully understand everything within this library. I came here to find proof. Something that would reveal the corruption of the Empire. But this? The truth is what I expected. That the system is riddled with corruption and pain. And they knew. Everyone knew and did nothing. I always believed the more I knew, the closer I'd be to a solution. But I only feel despair.
He chuckles, running a hand down his face. You've never seen Michael like this. Defeated.
I guess in the end, Rune was right. I would not find what I seek in this place. No gratification, no righteous justice. Just more darkness, gathering dust.
Oh, hold on.
It isn't like you to give up like this. Oh? How would you know? How well do you actually know me, Morgan? We humans tell our children that the world can be changed by heroes. But that is a lie. The world isn't easily changed by anyone. History is a loop, insistent on repeating itself. And once you see that loop, you can either live that life in frustration, screaming at the top of your lungs the truth to people who don't want to hear it, or you can just accept that the world isn't going to change and move on. I mean, the world is not your responsibility. It really isn't. But I feel like don't give up on the world is more important.
Michael.
If you try to carry the whole world on your shoulders, then of course you're going to collapse under the strain. But that doesn't mean you should just drop everything on the floor either. You are capable of changing things. Everyone is. It might just be a small thing, like saving a single book in a huge library. But it's still better than doing nothing.
Oh, really?
Better than doing nothing, huh? He stares at the book in his lap again. One lie. If I could expose just one, then that would be a start. Picking one out of among all this might be a challenge in itself. It will take time. I'll be here whenever you decide.
Thank you.
That means a lot. Of course, all of these musings are not worth much unless we succeed in the task at hand. Rin's a lovely person. I would hate to see anything bad happen to them. And as for Ronan, I still wonder what his connection to this place is. If his plan all along was to steal the spirit locket here, then he must have been aware he needed both blood and your locket to enter. The locket he could steal, but the blood? I have to check in on something.
I wonder...
Are you running off to skip work again? Possibly. Be a dare and don't tell Victoria. He walks off and disappears deep into the library. You leave too.
I'm sorry, Michael. I fear I offended you with my previous comments.
You? Offensive? Caden, you're about as offensive as free cake with your drink.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing. What I mean is, I'm afraid my earlier comments came across as me suggesting you were hiding behind your smile.
Well, yes. That is the truth, after all.
You... what?
I didn't expect you to pick up on it, though. You are more perceptive than I gave you credit for, friend.
But why, though? What is it you wish to hide?
There are many things in life better handled with a smile, even a fake one. For what it's worth, I usually don't have to do so around you and our other friends.
That, I'm glad to hear. Now, you mentioned cake?
Picked up on that as well, did you? To the tavern.
Lead on, my friend.
Cake. Oh well, I had pastry yesterday. We'll have to fight the resistance to make cake today. Let's see. You find Victoria in the library, looking at her orb of communication like it's holding the answer to life's biggest questions.
I wonder.
If you stare at that thing with any more intensity, I fear it'll blow up in your hand. Why are you here? Don't you know? It's tea time. I forgot the tea, but we can still sit down and chat about our feelings. Victoria just glares. If you're going to make that joke, then you could at least have brought cake to make it convincing. She sighs and looks down at the orb again. This is the first time I've ever kept something from the commander. It's unsettling.
Well...
You made the right decision. We need to use this moment to our advantage. Of course, I know that, and I stand by my decision, otherwise we wouldn't be standing here. She'll understand as well when we are successful.
Look.
I trust the commander fully. I owe everything to her.
She took me in when I had nowhere else to go, trained me, and gave me a job, a purpose. I will always be indebted to her for that.
That sounds nice.
That was very kind of her.
This is...
Kind, huh? I suppose it was. She didn't have to do it. I was not worthy of being taken under her wing, not after getting kicked out of the demon hunters.
Look.
I was recruited into hunters at a young age. My family was so proud. Demon hunters are revered as heroes all across the north, and had grown up with the stories of valiant troll slayers and spirit exorcists. The requirements to enter are steep. It's rare that commoners make the cut these days, but I was determined. I went through the training, years upon years of studying. I proved myself worthy and was awarded a blade of my own, the mark of a true demon hunter.
Huh?
So, what happened? Victoria looks away with a huff, glaring at the wall.
About that.
I made a mistake. I ruined the mission by ignoring the rules, just like I'm doing now. It was supposed to be our first real mission, to officially initiate us as hunters. 2 of us were new recruits. We had completed our training together and were so excited to finally prove ourselves. But the demon we were tracking turned out to be a lot more powerful than the scouts had reported. We were losing, and I was forced to make a choice. To save the civilians we were there to protect, or my fellow hunter, my friend.
So...
How does one even make such a choice? I mean, in the end, with how my mind works, I'd save the friend.
Actually...
I would probably save the friend.
I see.
I appreciate the honesty, and to be fair, I won't fault anyone for making that choice. It makes sense.
Look,
Humans get attached to individuals. How can you possibly care about nameless strangers?
well,
But hunters are supposed to be different. We are supposed to save as many as possible, no matter who they are. I made a selfish choice. People died. Normally, I would have faced the punishment for my mistake within the demon hunters, but the friend I saved was born into a powerful noble family. She looks away in disgust. The whole
so...
situation became a huge political mess. People jumping in to defend me for their own selfish reasons, even though all I wanted was to be judged by my peers so I could move on. I wasn't that lucky. My valiant savers won their stupid battle and I was dismissed from the hunters with no punishment. I was disgusted by this display of corruption. I didn't want to serve in such a place, so I left.
Well...
Wandering for a time without any purpose, and then I met Alethea. She showed me that there were people within the Empire who cared about equal laws for everyone. To me, she's an inspiration for what every knight should be.
I see.
I understand that laws are necessary, but you need morals to balance it out. I don't think you did anything wrong by following your heart. You would only have been in wrong if you hadn't saved anyone at all. Victoria huffs in disgust. I shouldn't be surprised you would look at it that way. Foolish. Aw, I love you too. Victoria lets out an exasperated sigh.
Ugh.
I'll let her guide me. She shifts and looks away, fingers tapping against the sigil on her hip. Anyway, now you know why this situation with the library disturbs me. We should get back to the task at hand and get it resolved as quickly as possible. Also, she cracks a small smile.
I suppose that's all right.
If you ever again intend to come to interrogate me about my past, at least bring refreshments.
Well...
I'll be sure to arrange for a proper tea party and extend an invitation, don't you worry. Victoria surprised you by actually giving a chuckle at that, shaking her head. Whatever, come on, we got better things to do than talk about food. You'll leave the library. Aww. He's warming up, hooray! Okay, go check on Anne. You find Anne hiding away inside her lab, eyes focused intensely on some welding work she's doing. Takes you a moment to realize that the sparks melting the metal aren't coming from some sort of tool, but rather from Anne's hands themselves. Her gloves are lying on the table, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows as yellow magic crackle like lightning around her pale fingers. You never noticed them before, but in the bright light, it's easy to make outlines of thick, gnarled scars running up her forearms. The light dims and Anne pushes up her welding glasses, finally spotting you.
Ah, you? What are you doing here? I didn't call for you, did I?
You see...
I just want to check in on you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry, but I accidentally overheard you and Quinn earlier, so... Anne sighs and puts down her work. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Quinn and I have had this discussion many times now. We argue, someone gets angry and walks, we return later with cookies and all is fine.
I wonder...
How's your work with the dragon sword coming along?
Actually...
I'm still testing out the material. It reacts very differently to my tools compared to other metals. So far, using magic is the only way to manipulate it. I'll get back to you when I'm ready to start combining this with the spirit locket.
So...
And what happened to your arms? My what? Anne blinks and then looks down, realizing she isn't wearing her gloves, and then sighs. Ah, you're talking about the scars. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your personal affairs. It's alright, I can understand why you would be curious.
So...
Remember when I told you my relationship with my family is complicated? This would be the reason. She taps her hand. When my powers manifested as a child, my parents did not take it well.
That's not all.
My family is from a long, noble line of government officials in Eridas, and my father is the current paragon of the Western capital.
So...
Does that mean I should call you Your Highness?
No.
Please don't. The Paragon of Eridas is elected once every 7 years from among a high competitive group of noble families. My father was in the midst of his bid for the election when my condition manifested. I don't see why that's a problem. Being a mage isn't illegal as long as you get the proper training at the academy, right?
Seems logical.
That's the law, yeah. But politics rarely play by the law.
Actually...
Eridas is a bit special when it comes to the politics surrounding magic. Unlike the northern capital, which has always been strictly anti-magic, or the central capital, which has always been pro-magic, Eridas has changed position a lot depending on which paragon is elected. This means we had a lot of say in how magic is regulated.
So...
My father's on the pro-magic side, and he was running against an anti-magic official who had the seat for several terms. If it had come out that his daughter was a mage, the opposition could have made the claim my father was acting due to personal bias, and it would potentially have ruined the campaign. At least, that was the reasoning for keeping my powers a secret.
That's awful.
It's a terrible way to treat your child. My father believed some months of his comfort for me would be worth it to remove the current paragon from his seat. And it wasn't that much of a change for me, really, staying inside. At first.
That's not all.
I don't know if it was the stress of the campaign or some sort of maternal instinct kicking in, but my mother got obsessed with the idea of curing me of magic. It would be a perfect solution after all. Get rid of the political problem without having to send her only daughter off to a strange school she knew nothing about.
So...
It started out innocently enough. She started with buying wards that were supposed to keep magic away from your home.
Although...
But soon she was spending all her money hiring different experts who could suppress my abilities. They did all sorts of experiments to try and remove the magic from me. All of it complete theater. They were nothing but a bunch of quacks preying on a desperate woman, after all. That's how I got the scars.
This
And
is...
I have no words. It's a long time ago.
So...
When my father was eventually elected and returned home to discover what my mother had done, things exploded. He tried to salvage the situation, but before I got the chance to cover things up again, I was saved. Demon hunters had been investigating my family for other reasons and stumbled upon my parents' dirty secrets. The political scandal that followed was disastrous, I've heard, but I was thankfully spared all that. The hunters took me from the place and to the academy. My one true home.
Actually...
That actually explains a lot. Especially your wariness of the outside world.
That's not all.
I want nothing to do with it. If my parents had just been some fairy tale villains who hurt me out of malice, it would be much easier to dismiss my experience as an outlier. But it's the system that allows this fact that I cannot forgive.
I can't believe this.
I was mad at the world for treating people like me like we were monsters to be feared. I resented my parents for their fear. Their ignorance to actually trust some crooked loony over the medical professors I knew they had access to. And I hated that man, that expert who was just a glorified salesman, living high on the fears of the desperate, selling cures and solutions with lies and deceit. I never wanted to return to that place, to that world.
So...
That's why Quinn and I can never seem to agree on this. They want to believe there's good in everyone. I know that everyone has the potential to act like a monster.
It's...
Life
just...
at the academy is so much simpler. There's none of that political theater, just experts. Real experts. pouring their hearts into the pursuit of new knowledge. Teaching people to be critical, to be curious, to never stop asking questions. The world outside will never come close to that. I mean, you shouldn't let the fear stop you from doing whatever you want. I don't necessarily think hiding away is the best thing, but I mean, you've been through things, and if this is what you really want to do, then you do you. You've been through quite a bit, so sure. The world outside needs you isn't the argument I would use. It would be more of a not all of the world is like that, and you can still change it and do good in it and help people who actually need it and would be deserving of it. But surely you deserve to have peace.
About that...
I can't say I agree, but you're the only one who gets to decide how you want to live your life. I'm sorry for all the things that happened to you. No one deserves to go through that.
That's new.
Thank you, Morgan, for understanding. I just wish for you to be happy, wherever you might end up. Thank you. Believe it or not, but I wish the best for you as well. I didn't think I'd ever connect with anyone besides Quinn this way, but here we are. You're a good friend, Morgan. I honestly didn't expect to find that out here.
That's new.
Things out here might not be quite as bad as I imagined. I still have my dream though, and to make that a reality, we have a demon prison to fix. So let's do our best so we can both get what we want, okay?
Anne, how's the work on the locket coming along?
I'm making good progress. Now that we know the true purpose of this spirit alchemy, it's making my work a lot easier.
Somehow I doubt that, but it's good to know you're feeling optimistic. No,
Something on your mind?
I was just realizing. If things were different, you'd make for quite the demon hunter, Anne.
Oh, please. Mages can't be hunters. You know that.
What if they could? Would you want to become one?
That's an interesting question. Had you asked me years ago, I might have jumped at the opportunity. They saved me after all.
But...
I'm starting to realize that the hunters didn't save me. They put me on the right path, for sure, and I will always be grateful. But I'm the one who saved me. I picked myself up and got this far, and I'll be the one making my dreams come true.
I am glad to hear it. I'm sure you'll succeed.
Well, obviously. I am a genius, after all.
Welcome back.
Okay, that's everything. We can now put up the wards.
I'm ready.
I have the wards from Elizabeth. Let's prepare a trap for Ronan.
How lovely.
Okay, if you're sure. I'll let everyone know we're ready. I'm ready.
This is
Let's
it.
call everyone. Okay, let's do this then. As the sun is going down, you all gather at Quinn's shop to set up the wards you and Elizabeth made. Victoria pacing near the door, and even Michael has the good sense to leave her be. It's been quite a while without Ronan making another move, and it's driving the former demon hunter nuts. Quinn is taking it in the stride though. Looking delighted to have so many guests, they have been flitting around serving tea and are now engaged in a deep discussion with Caden on the flora found in the southern mountains. You finish setting up the wards just as Mime comes creeping in through the door, the bell giving her away.
How curious.
You were cutting it quite close there, Mime. A few more minutes and you'd be trapped on the wrong side of the ward.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be late.
Are you okay?
Hey, Mime, is something the matter? You've been gone for a while. Oh, everything's fine. perfectly peachy.
What now?
You have been disappearing an awful lot lately. I decided to put some trust in you given that everything that's happened. I hope that was not I hope that was not misplaced.
Come on.
Of course not. I'm not doing anything wrong. I've been keeping a lookout for Kim. Haven't seen him at all since Morgan and I ran into him. I've been looking all across town, but with no luck. I'm kind of worried.
Oh no.
That is quite worrying.
Hear me out.
Right? I know you have to stay here and focus on protecting Quinn, but...
You see...
He's just really nice and I don't want anything bad to happen to him. I know we haven't actually talked much, but I get this feeling from him. It's a bit difficult to explain, but his soul smells like home.
Really?
Home? Quinn had stopped pouring tea and is giving Mime an odd look. Yes, I know it sounds odd, but he reminds me of the forest. Of tall trees and grass and wildflowers.
That's new.
Is something the matter, Quinn? Anne looks with concern at her friend and Quinn hums.
How curious.
I just talked with Morgan about this earlier. Nature mages like myself are often those most vulnerable to spirits. They seek us out, unprovoked, because the magic we use is appealing to them. We feel like nature, so to say.
Really?
Huh. I guess you do give off a very similar feel, Quinn. I just always assumed it was the shop that smelled like this. Huh, the more you know.
Mime, I think you're missing a detail here.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Could Kim really be a mage? If that's true, then that changes all of our plans.
Whoa!
Kim's a what now? Wait, so that's why he was able to see me in the woods when we were looking for lilies. It totally makes sense.
Ugh!
He what? Why didn't you say anything?
Yikes!
I just assumed I messed up my spell or something. This is bad. If Ronan's aware of this, it's likely Quinn wasn't the target at all. You hear the bell of the door. You whip around to see the haughty grin of Goldner as he confidently strolls inside.
Good evening. How fortunate that you are all gathered here together. I have something important to discuss with you all.
Ugh, Goldner.
I can't believe this.
Right, I feel incredibly fortunate to have you barge in on a private discussion like this. I believe the shop is closed, messer. So why are you here?
Why, you?
That sharp tongue of yours won't do you any good today, whelp.
Disgusting.
I know you were the one who broke into my house and stole precious documents of mine, and I'm here to get them back.
Oh, yes?
You
And which army?
Goldner merely grins. Shapes appear in the darkness behind him, lining up outside the door.
Ha ha ha!
Thieves!
Burn it down!
You will pay.
Alethra's mercy.
Well, they don't sound happy.
Oh, really?
Ah, an angry mob. Brilliant. The yelling continues, and Goldner strokes his beard with a chuckle. Could this guy be a more stereotypical villain at this point? Really? Chuckling while stroking his beard? Might as well be twirling his mustache at the same time. It seems a nasty rumor has spread among my workers after the unfortunate break-in. The thieves walk off with not only my personal belongings, but all their precious salary for the next month. Needless to say, they are not thrilled.
Interesting.
I believe what you meant to say is that you have been feeding your workers lie and are now using their anger as a weapon.
pathetic.
I never lied to them. I have simply seen no need to correct the perception of the situation. Why should I help uphold your reputation when you're the ones who have wronged me? If this slight were to be corrected, however, I might be inclined to step outside and clear up this misunderstanding.
So, you're threatening us?
Oh, this shall be good.
Nothing of the sort. I am simply a businessman trying to strike a deal.
So...
I don't think you understand what's at stake here. We're all in for grave danger, and we really don't have time for this.
Oh, really now?
Look, please, I'm not falling for such a petty trick. If that's your decision, then I guess I'll be going. I wish you all a lovely evening. With a mock bow, he strides back towards the door. Mime suddenly tenses behind you, grabbing onto the back of your shirt. Something's wrong. There's something outside. Goldnor opens the door, walking out with a confident gait. Right into a fist connects with his gut, and he's thrown back with a yell onto the flower shop floor.
What in the world?
A tall man steps through the door, eyes wild with unnatural rage. Kill the mages.
This is it.
Everyone, remember our plan. Michael, we need to get those wards up, and Victoria, the door.
Got it.
Already on it. Victoria steps over the writhing, whimpering form of Goldner to push the frenzied human back. Caden rushes in to help her slam the door shut and hold as that fist start pounding against the wood. Now, Morgan. You and Michael make quick work of the remaining wards, the spell flaring to life with crackling blue energy. It bends and bounces like a great soft bubble around the shop, and the fists and stones hammering away on the outside are repelled with the soft bounce.
Well, isn't this neat?
That should keep them out, though it will also keep us in. Where's that guy? You all stare at Goldner, who is slowly recovering from his fall, wheezing and spitting angrily.
What? That imbecile punched me. When I'm done with him.
He pauses, realizing with a bit of delay that you are all staring at him with varying degrees of exasperation and amusement. Well, 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 how the mighty have fallen.
This
is... How dare you? What in the world is going on?
Enough.
What happened is that your selfish lies have made your workers prime targets for demons to latch onto. Now they're following its will until we can stop it. Goldner's face scrunches into a sneer as he points a finger at Caden's chest.
Disgusting.
I knew you were helping this outlander scum. Wait till I tell everyone what you have been hiding.
Oh, this'll be good.
All of you to assume you're believing this place with a tongue to speak with. Goldner's face pales.
Hey!
You!
Enough of this.
We have much more pressing matters to deal with.
Fascinating.
Ward seems to be holding up. We should be safe as long as we stay in here.
Oh, hold on.
But what about Kim? If Mime is right, then he might be a target as well.
By the gods.
Could it be this was his plan? Real plan all along? To make us barricade ourselves in here while he goes off after his true target? The mine workers continue their frenzied onslaught on the barrier.
It is awfully convenient that they would show up here for the demon to possess, isn't it? What do you say, Weasel Man? How did you learn about us being here tonight?
That's, none of your business.
Alethra's mercy.
Ronan, then. That figures.
You know,
If we could just find a demon in charge of these people, we could leave and search for Ronan.
Maybe, but...
I can sense it somewhere outside, beyond the angry people.
I can't believe this.
So we're stuck.
Perhaps. but we're not without options.
What now?
What do you mean?
Actually,
Well, if we can't leave my shop to find a demon, perhaps we can lure it inside here with us.
What do you mean?
That sounds like an idea. What are you thinking?
another thing.
If we release the wards, those frenzied people will barge in here. No doubt the demon would use the chance to target someone in here. Most likely me. We simply have to be ready to catch it.
Absolutely not.
Quinn, I'm not allowing you to use yourself as bait.
Do you have a better plan?
Look,
If I may cut in, it might not be necessary to use Quinn as bait. A nature mage, of course, is a very attractive target to them, but there's one thing they like even more.
what?
And what is that?
Huh.
Hate. All eyes turned to Goldner, who's still fuming, holding his bruised chin.
He's never going to agree to that.
He doesn't have to.
Michael, I swear.
Are you insane? No matter our personal grudge with him in hand, he's still a civilian. We can't use him like that. Quinn is at least consenting to this mad plan. Oof. See, I don't really care if Goldner is used as bait, but I don't like the moral choice of using Goldner unwillingly to a bait. So, sure. Let's use the consenting bait.
Okay.
I agree, Victoria. We can't just drag a stranger into this mess. Let's go with Quinn's plan.
Thank you.
Okay then, I trust you to protect me, Morgan. What in the world are you all going on about?
Let's not do that.
None of your concern, old man. Now be good and go take cover behind that counter, unless you want to get into a fist fight with more of your own bad decisions.
This.
Goldner doesn't look pleased, but he complies, stumbling to safety while the rest of you get ready. You release the wards and immediately the group outside pushes through the door, mindlessly swinging at the first person they see.
I am not getting paid enough for this.
Pathetic.
Look,
We'll hold the door. Morgan, you keep your eyes on Quinn. Yes, leave the brawl to us. Your companions hold off the mine workers at the door, and you step close to Quinn, glancing around warily for any signs of the demon. They're here. In the next instant, a force sends you flying, crashing into a self of dried herbs that breaks beneath you. No! Good evening, mage.
Absolutely not.
Stay away from me. Now, why would I do that? After all, you were the one who invited me in, were you not? Quinn's hands clench at their sides. A curious soul. The obedient child who never questioned their path as rails were welded in front of their feet. But that has changed now, hasn't it? You question your purpose. You question your happiness. You have tasted rebellion, and it was sweet, so you desire more. With desire comes fear, however. Will I succeed? Will I reach my goals? The anxiety has shattered the clear surface of your life, but don't worry. I can give you the power to bring peace back.
This is it.
I won't let you. You worry too much, Morgan. I'm not so easily swayed. You insolent.
Let's go!
Our turn, Morgan. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do this time? All reds. No, I have all reds. I need to spread out the reds and get the blues more into the center. Fair enough. There, that's... Whoop. That's all the blues here. Add a red. That one is good. This one is already good, and that one's good. The demon lets out a piercing scream as it's sucked into the locket. The frenzied mine worker stumbles as the curse lifts, the shout replaced by confused murmurs.
This is...
Is it over? Goldner pokes his head out from behind the counter and Quinn breathes in deeply, forcing a smile. It would appear the danger has passed, yes. Which means it's probably time for you and your people to return home. The shop is closed.
Huh?
Did we break in here? What happened? The townsfolk are looking around, their confusion slowly turning to panic.
What the?
I shouldn't be here. Molly will kill me. We should go. They rush out the door and Goldner stumbles after them, flustered.
Why, you...
Wait, you cowards, we're not done here.
This ends here.
Oh, I think we are. Victoria draws her swords and points at Goldner's neck.
Tell me.
Tell us where Ronan is.
Hey!
I don't know what you're talking about. Get that thing out of my face. He yelps when Victoria presses it closer, and Michael chuckles from behind. Speaking from experience, Messer, you don't want to push your luck with this one.
Look.
The man who told you about the location. Where is he?
Ah!
Why should I help you? I mean, honestly, one word sword, really was the thing. A child's in danger, he's not gonna he's not gonna care. If he does, it's better than I thought he would be, but I don't think it. Because I just saved you, probably not gonna feel much gratitude. Let's just go with one word sword. I don't believe anything better of that guy. You have a sword at your throat. I suggest you just speak.
Why, you...
Are you threatening me? It would certainly seem that way. Now the question is, are you willing to test the knight's patience? Goldner grits his teeth.
Pathetic.
Fine.
Let's see.
The man approached me at the town square about an hour ago. He told me about your little meet-up here in the flower shop and then left. He was heading out towards the woods, but I don't know where precisely. The woods an hour ago? He could be anywhere by now. That sounds to me like a you problem.
You?
You arrogant piece of...
Enough.
You can go ahead and leave now, Goldner.
We're done here.
I intend to. Victoria steps out of the way as the mine owner storms towards the exit, pausing in the doorway to snare.
Ha!
You will regret this. And he leaves.
Well, isn't this neat?
Such a pleasant guy.
Well...
Oh, we did sort of threaten him with a sword, so...
How curious.
Details, mime. Details.
We have to
I
help.
wonder if Kim is okay. We should go and find him.
Got it.
Couldn't agree more.
Time to go.
Come on. We know where we're heading. We shouldn't delay any further.
So,
What about Quinn, though? The wards are broken, so nothing's set to protect the shop.
Actually,
I'll come with you.
huh?
Come again? You don't have time to be worrying about wards now. We should stick together until this is under control. Don't worry, I won't slow you down.
really?
Are you really sure, Quinn? This might get dangerous.
Actually,
I just faced down a demon leading a frenzied mob. I think I'll manage.
Got it.
Let's go then. You all rush through the town in a race against time. The forest towers above you, the blackened tree trunks like silent pillars judging you as you hurry onwards.
This way! I can sense him this way!
Mime is looking particularly frantic, running ahead of the group until you make it to the clearing.
Please stop this, Ronan.
The demon wearing Ronan's skin has his little brother cornered, the young boy looking distraught.
Don't be like that, dear brother. I just told you I need your help. You wouldn't refuse to help your big brother, would you?
I know you're not really my brother. You're just some bad spirit who's controlling him.
Guess it's a good thing we told him the truth.
I won't do anything you say. I will never help someone who hurt my brother like this.
Little pest. Then I guess we'll just have to do this by force.
Ronan holds up the locket and it glows ominously, shooting out a beam much like when you seal away demons. Kim screams when it hits him.
Brother! Someone, please help!
No, let's go with determined. We can do this. You step forward without hesitation and bring the spirit locket up. Glancing down at Mime, you grin.
This is it.
We got this. And then you move. Morgan. You draw upon the powers of the locket and throw yourself between the brothers.
You!
Morgan. Okay, let's see. Match the pattern to banish the demon. Sure. 2, 1. I need you there, and I need you up here. There we go. Just turn this one around. There. The beams from your lockets connect and rebound off each other. Kim is released from the spell and falls back with a scream. You lock eyes with Ronan and then everything turns right. You regain consciousness in the floating space of the in-between, where you once met Mime. Am I dead? No one answers. You can't see anyone in this space, but then comes the sound of crying. You wander, not knowing where your feet are taking you or if you are even walking. You see a small child, crumpled up and hiding their face, their small body shaking with sobs. Your eyes widen when you realize horns are sprouting from their head, and the dark leathery fabric wrapped around them isn't a cape, but wings. You reach out toward them, but you never touch. You wake up to someone shaking you.
Wake up! Wake up!
You open your eyes and find Caden looking down at you. His face is drawn tight with worry.
You're awake. Thank the... How are you feeling? Can you move?
I mean, if I'm well enough to flirt, you should know nothing is serious, so sure.
I don't think so. I think you'll have to carry me, tall guy.
You and probably everyone around you notice Caden's hue turn a few shades warmer, and he scowls.
Don't make light of the situation.
It's what I do.
You just collapsed. I thought that...
He trails off and ruffles his hair with a frustrated groan.
Just... Don't do that again.
You're still out in the clearing. Ronan is gone and the rest of your companions are gathered around you. Where's Kim? Is he alright?
About that.
Kim is fine, don't worry.
Fascinating.
Using the lockets against each other seemed to have made them rebound, so the spell wasn't completed. You were knocked out cold, and when the light disappeared, Ronan was gone. What do you mean, gone? He just disappeared? For now. I wouldn't count on him having just vanished for good, but it seems we won this round.
You know,
We should get back to the shop, figure out what to do from there. We still have one more matter to attend to, I'm afraid. Kim appears before you, teary-eyed and scared beyond belief. Morgan, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault.
About that...
I'm fine, Kim, I promise. Please don't blame yourself. Kim sniffles, looking up at you with big, teary eyes.
Are you sure?
The alchemist is quite stubborn. They won't crack so easily.
Look.
Now that we know Kim's a mage, I have to arrange for him to be transferred to the academy. I might still have some contacts with the demon hunters I can call in.
No!
Kim looks distraught. I can't leave. Not now. I still don't know what happened to Ronan. You will be safe at the academy. This place is obviously dangerous.
But
he's my brother. I can't just leave him. He's been helping us this far. He deserves to be here for the end, whatever it may be. It's not that simple.
Look.
Now that his powers have manifested, it's just a matter of time before accidents start happening. An untrained mage, especially when they're put in stressful situation, is dangerous. We don't want such complications.
I can train him.
Yay, good for you, Quinn.
Why?
And what are you talking about?
I have completed the training of a nature mage. I can definitely give Kim here an introduction to the basics.
He's only just awakened his powers. If I remember right, families usually get a bit of time to get their affairs in order before a child moves to the academy. So we're hardly bending the rules if we let him stay with me for a few days. I'll take full responsibility, of course.
Tell me.
You are aware of what that means. Obviously. Kim looks up at Quinn, a bit scared.
I don't want you to get in trouble because of me.
Oh, aren't you a darling child? Don't you worry. I know what I'm doing. You look like someone who's had to shoulder a lot at such a young age. It's admirable. But please allow me to be an adult and handle these things for you. You should never have to cope with these things alone.
Quinn.
Kim starts crying again and tackles the floors with a hug. Quinn stumbles, but holds him close, patting his head while gently cooing.
Shh, shh, shh. There. Let it all out.
Victoria looks thoughtful, then eventually sighs and nods.
3 days. Then... I'm calling in the hunters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Victoria just sighs and looks away. You return for the night, Kim leaving with Quinn. This is... blasted.
I'm done playing nice.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, this shall be good.
Well. Seems like you are in need of a little bit of assistance.
What?
You. Chapter 5, Respite. You all meet up in the library the next morning, rested and happy about your victory. We did it, folks. We saved Quinn and Kim, and sealed away another demon.
So...
With these demon souls gathered, we should have enough power to fix the tear in the seal. That is, once I'm done making adjustment to the locket. What's this, Anne? You're not done yet? Didn't think you'd be bottleneck here. It's because you people keep dragging me off on all of these dangerous missions. That's it. I'm going into research mode. You won't see me until I'm done.
You know,
You should take care of yourself as well. Pulling all-nighters can't be healthy. I'll sleep for a month when I get back to the academy. I applaud your ambition, Anne, but you're no use to us if you keel over from overwork. After Ronan's defeat yesterday, I believe we have a chance to work in peace, at least for a while. Please remember to pace yourself, Anne. Fine, if you say so.
Hear me out.
We're going to wait for Anne to finish up the locket. Do you think we can go to that flower festival everyone's talking about? It sounds so lovely. Flower festival?
Well, isn't this neat?
It's a local celebration where the townsfolk dance and get drunk in town, then wander into the woods to watch the anemones bloom. Anemones, isn't that... Have I been saying that wrong all the time? Oh well,
how
let's stick with it.
curious.
Fascinating. I'm not sure we'd fit into the frolicking crowd. Even with the incognito flower crowns, we'd all stick out.
Oh, really?
We'd look fabulous doing it, though. Can't argue with that.
Oh.
I really wanted to go, though.
Look.
Don't let that get you down, Mime. Perhaps we can find some other way to celebrate.
Well...
I mean, there's a meadow in the forest, not too far away, where the people don't go. Will you go with me, Caden, to make flower crowns?
Huh?
Flower crowns? I'm not, sure? Alright, we'll make some for everyone.
Oh, this'll be good.
I'm not sure you know what you've gotten yourself into, Caden, my friend. Mercy.
Look.
Right, if you're done... Victoria glares, but the stare holds little heat. In fact, one could even say she looks amused.
This is the plan.
Let's not forget the mission ahead. And you will continue developing the spirit locket. The rest of you, try for Alatora's sake to keep a low profile for a day.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, Caden. I want to go right away.
Why would you...
Okay, sure.
Those idiots.
Oh, we're all doomed. Everyone agrees and then leaves to go about their own business. But before you can go, Michael taps you on the shoulder.
How curious.
I might have a good idea of how to give Mime the festival experience, without Victoria blowing a blood vessel. I'll fill you in later, okay? He winks and walks off. What was that about?
You know, Victoria, with my invisibility spell, I could really help you out with gathering information. If you want to know what some sketchy people are discussing, I could just sneak in and...
No, Mime.
But...
I'm not trusting you with something as dangerous as that. Knowing you, you'd trip over yourself on the way and reveal yourself.
That...
It would be dangerous if you got caught on your own like that. You better stick close so I can keep you safe. Got it?
Victoria...
Now, let's get back to it, okay?
Right.
Okay, let's see. Library, and Victoria, Aiden over there. Okay, let's begin at home and work our way through. Ready to meet everyone up for the flower festival? No, I want to go find Victoria. Then I want to talk to Elizabeth. You find Victoria in the alchemy shop, sharpening her sword while looking deep in thought.
I see you're making the rounds. Must be exhausting. Always being the mediator, but somehow you've made it work. You've done well.
I could get used to these kind of compliments, you know?
Oh, I'm sure. Don't worry. I doubt you'll be eligible for more in the future, so make it last. I can see the question in your eyes, so before you ask, I'll cut straight to the point. I'm doing fine. Well, that's maybe a bit much. I'm still not comfortable that we didn't follow the proper protocol, but the result speaks for itself. Once Anne finishes the locket and we seal the demons away for good, I will brief Alethea about the situation and things will be resolved properly.
About that...
Will you be okay?
She can't exactly complain. She was the one who wanted to keep it under wraps, and I was simply following orders. When I get back to Eridus, the real work will begin for me. Goldner needs to pay for the damage he's caused. I have the evidence I need, and I will be sure to pursue anyone else involved in this scandal. This won't happen again.
This is...
Just be careful. He seems like the type to carry a grudge.
He can try.
Victoria continues sharpening her sword, the rough but precise movements making spark dance along the edge.
I wonder...
Okay, I know that look. I've done something you didn't like. How about you just tell me instead of fantasizing about cutting my head off? Victoria lets out a tired sigh.
We need to talk about what happened last night. You jumped into that fight without any preparation, casting a spell that you had no idea how it worked, completely disregarding your own safety.
You should know me better than that by now, Victoria. Recklessness is kind of my thing.
Don't you dare make a joke out of this.
Fine.
I can't believe you would be that reckless. You are my friend. An annoying, careless, and stupid friend, but a friend nonetheless. I don't want to see you hurt. So, in the future, just be more careful, will you?
Thank you, Victoria. I'm lucky to have such a good friend.
Whatever, idiot.
Here you go, Caden.
A list? I don't understand. What is this, Mime?
I wrote down all the places you should go visit in town once the demons are gone. The bakery is an obvious one. Also, the town square at twilight looks really pretty. And there's this bridge over the brook. If you climb down underneath, you can watch these tiny fish swim upstream and...
But, Mime, I thought you were going to show all these places to me.
I would love to, but you've seemed a bit uncomfortable around me lately, so I figured you'd rather go alone.
Mime, I'm sorry.
I thought I told you to stop apologizing already.
I know, and I'm going to try harder at forgiving myself. So, save your list, okay? I want you to be the one showing me around.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Sure, I'm just, hanging out here on my own. Yeah, no, don't worry about me. Visit Elizabeth.
Welcome back.
Morgan, you are here just in time. The new alchemy table just arrived. Isn't it beautiful? Looks like the shop will be back to its old self soon.
So...
Guess vacation is over for you then. I might have gotten a break while the table was broken, but I would hardly call it a vacation.
I wonder...
So, Lordeal, it has made me consider that it might be time for me to retire. You have grown so much during this time. There's nothing left for me to teach you. It was always my wish that you would take over the shop once you were ready. I think that it might be time. What if I don't want to take over the shop? Oh, that would of course be fine as well. I'm sorry. I did not mean to put pressure on you. You are of course allowed to pick your own path in life. This is an option, not a burden.
Let's try that again.
But forgive this old woman's musings. Is it something you need to worry about now? We still have to bring this matter of the demons to a close, and after that we need to unbind you and Mime somehow. Anything else, including the future of the shop, comes second to that. Well, I don't really need to practice my alchemy if there's nothing new for you to teach me. How is my collection doing, by the way? Like, how much more do I really miss? Of course, I could improve some of these, for sure. There's one here. Up, up. And then that symbol. Oh no, can I... Wait a moment, can I do that? Can I... Oh, I can! Okay, that changes things. That changes things. Where is it? There we go. Pin left. Let's see. You. You. And then I need... Not you. Nor you. You will do. Except,
Careful
you know,
when you add that.
For that reason. But let's see. That one goes there. And was it the lily that I used on the other things? No. Was it sunflower? Nope. Lavender? Yes, it was lavender. There we go. And then I just need to mix it and mix this one and create.
Another discovery!
And I made a clue bomb. Okay. Anything else I haven't made yet? Oh, several things. Oh, there's several things here I haven't made. Quite a lot, actually. Oh, these I never noticed. Okay, let's see. Let's just do some of these then. You go there. You go there. You're a possibility. Is there anything else that will give me the same thing? No. 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 Also no. So this is the only one that will do that. There we go. Create.
Whoa, look at that!
Perfect perfume. Okay. And then what else can I make? What was the other one? I really wish I could just keep moving on that one. Let's see. And then... Not you. Think. No. You. And then I just need that one, which I think is sunflower. Yeah. And then I should be able to do this.
Another discovery!
Smoke bomb. Excellent. Okay, what else? Okay, then we start working into the more harder ones. Oh well. At least I finished the easy ones.
Bye.
Hi, Costo. You're coming up to say hi again. Complain about life.
Very well.
You once called me soft, Anne.
And I still stand by that statement.
I figured. But I've realized lately, you are quite soft yourself, are you not? You might seem cold and focused on your work, but you care for your friends fiercely. If that's what it means to be soft, then I don't think I mind.
Oh, that? It wasn't meant as an insult, you know. I much prefer that people show their true selves instead of hiding behind a fake tough persona.
But you said, you compared me to Victoria, then said I was nothing like her.
Well, Victoria is an outlier, obviously. She's just genuinely tough. There's no reason for her to fake it.
I suppose you're right about that.
Talk to Quinn. Let's check in. See how he's doing. The flower shop is closed, so you step around the back to go inside, finding Quinn and Kim hunched over a potted plant. The young mage face is scrunched up in concentration as Quinn guides him through some steps.
Don't force the magic, Kim. Flowers are gentle. They need encouragement, not pressure.
So I should cheer for the flower?
If that helps you focus on the encouraging energy, then yes, absolutely.
Okay then. Come on, flower. You've got this.
A small blue flower opens its petals and Kim's eyes widen in amazement.
I did it?
Cheering on others can sometimes help you cheer on yourself. Don't forget that. If you ever doubt yourself, then speak the words out loud. Say that you can do it. Because even if you don't believe it at first, if you keep cheering yourself on, eventually it will stick.
I'll try to remember that.
I'm glad. Now, go on. Put this guy back out in the shop.
Right.
Ah, hello. You have good timing.
You look like someone who's itching to brag about your pupil's progress.
I'll try to contain myself, but he is doing so well. I didn't realize teaching could be this rewarding. Though it helps that the student is such a sweetheart. Given how he's been repressing his magic until now, it's quite amazing how fast he's learning. No doubt he will turn into quite the powerful mage one day. With his help, I finally finished my spell to restore the forest. It will take a while for nature to properly return, but it is a step in the right direction.
That is such a relief. I'm sure Mime will be happy to hear it.
She and the rest of Anemone Valley, I'm sure. There's something about scars like that. They keep people from moving on. Hopefully, this will be a way for the people here to start healing. I couldn't have done it without your help, though. Thanks to you, I could finally use my training for something with a great purpose. I'm looking forward to celebrating with all of you tonight.
When all of this is done, Michael, where do you plan to go?
It's not like you, Anne, to ask questions you already know the answers to. I'll be back on the road, obviously. Living the good life while hiding from the hunters.
You know, once I become a professor, I'll have a say in student enrollment. We could...
Let me stop you right there, Anne. You know as well as I that I'm not really cut out for schoolwork.
But...
Aw, are you perhaps worried about me?
You absolute dimwit, Michael. Could you be serious for just one bloody second of your life?
I doubt it.
with everything that's happened, you and I both know things won't be the same. Victoria can only pull so many strings with the Knights. You are going to be on the run from them for the rest of your life, wandering aimlessly with no goal or purpose.
So that's what this is about? Thank you, Anne, for your kindness. You and I, our goals couldn't be any more different, but I promise you, I will never wander without purpose. Just as your academy is your home, the road is mine. I will be happy. I promise you.
You better. Otherwise, I'll track you down and force you to enroll in one of my classes, and I won't go easy on the homework.
Noted.
You find Michael in the Forgotten Library.
Welcome.
Orion, welcome.
How are you feeling? That was quite the impressive magic you performed yesterday. I must admit, I'm still struggling to understand exactly what happened.
I'm feeling okay, Michael. Thank you.
I'm glad. You did a good thing for that kid yesterday. Even if I'll never agree with the decision to send him off to the academy.
I didn't want to send him there either, but we didn't have much choice.
Hey now, I didn't mean for you to blame yourself for this. It is just how the system works. The academy will probably be the safest place for him from now on. He doesn't strike me as the type who'd survive on the road alone for very long. Even I had help in the beginning.
And here I thought you were supposed to be some all-powerful magician.
Well, I am, obviously. But I was a child once, too. I don't remember much from the cleansing. I must have been 5 or younger when it happened. I remember the screaming and the flames. And then from the ashes, someone hauled me up into the sun. A new life. The Empire would never admit it. But there are many mages living under their noses across the land. Powerful mages who stay out of the way of non-magi humans. Some of these fancy themselves collectors of sorts, scouring the earth for talented individuals to recruit. That's what happened to me. I was brought into a guild of spellcasters who raised and educated me, trained me to become a force of nature. Would you believe me if I told you once upon a time I had ambitions to change the world?
Your self-deprecating humor is failing you, Michael. It's not that hard to imagine.
Really? What do you know? I thought if I just became powerful enough, if I studied and trained harder than any mage before me, then I could be the one to change things. I learned soon enough how ridiculous that idea was. I left the guild. They didn't share my grand vision of reform, and arrogant as I was, I didn't think I needed them. So I left, and I learned. And the more I knew, the more I was lost. The more you know about the world, the more insignificant your own existence becomes. as you realize the world is a rolling boulder, and we are ants in its path. Yet I came here, fueled by my own morbid sense of curiosity. One last grand attempt of the genius who wanted to change the world. I didn't expect to succeed, to survive. And then I met you. You are possibly the most perplexing individual I have ever met. You took an already absurd world and turned it on its head. But even so, I'm grateful for our time together.
Just you wait until I drag us onto some other dangerous adventure. Then you'll regret saying that.
Is that a challenge, I hear? Though, I'd prefer to take a short break in between our next world-saving adventure.
Like a day or two?
Maybe next time, we can deal with something less life-threatening like bandits, pirates, maybe a dragon.
Searching the continent for non-existent dragons sounds good to me.
Then that's a deal, my friend. That's a deal.
Oh, I guess I should talk to Anne as well. I mean, she's growing on me with her backstory, but...
If you're here for Anne, she went out a moment ago.
Still my least favorites.
You can probably find her out behind the shop.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Quinn.
No problem, darling.
Still my least favorites. You walk around to the back of the flower shop and find not only the mage, but a furry guest too.
Here you go, Mercury. Leftover chicken from dinner. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, that is a Mercury. If ever there was a cat named Mercury who fitted its name, that's the one. A grey cat purrs and winds around Anne's feet as the maid places down a plate of food. It eagerly chomps down the treat, and she watches it with a gentle smile.
You're welcome as always.
Hi, Anne. Who's your friend?
Anne jumps up, startled, making the kitten meow in protest.
You? Why are you here? I haven't called for you yet. Or have I?
I didn't realize academics could jump so high.
Oh, haha, very funny. You just surprised me, that's all. I was just taking a moment to feed Mercury. We're not allowed to have pets at the academy. So once I go back, I'll have to leave him behind. He'll be fine, of course. Judging by his size, I'd say I'm far from the only one feeding him. But I am going to miss our break times.
I'm glad to see you've discovered some bright sides of living here.
I'll admit it's not quite as big of a nightmare as I'd imagined. You know, when I came here, I was fully prepared to hunker down and get some research done, so I could return. I didn't expect to end up enjoying myself quite as much as I have. It's been a pleasure working with you. You've been a most fascinating guinea pig.
Still resenting the guinea pig.
I've gotta hand it to you, Anne. No one gives unique compliments quite the way you do.
Compliments? I'm merely stating a fact.
Mercury makes a purring sound and rubs against Anne's hand until she relents and pets him behind the ear.
You know what? Maybe I will bring him back to the academy with me. The rule against pets is silly anyway. I'm sure cats in the library would tremendously decrease the students' stress levels.
Careful. It might start with one cat, but then you get another and another. And suddenly you'll find fur in your ink, cat toys in every drawer, and nobody will be able to study because every time you open a book, a cat will lay down on the pages.
You say that as if it would be a bad thing, but it honestly sounds like a dream.
So Quinn sent me to tell you that they have tea ready inside, and... Is that a kitten?
You and Anne share an amused look as Kim rushes out to coo and pet the cat. Seems like the tea will have to wait a bit.
Hey, Anne. Are you doing all right? You're looking a bit tired. Should we get you another coffee?
I don't understand you, Mime.
Huh?
You're a spirit and I'm a mage. I've treated you like an expendable research project, and yet you still keep being nice to me. Why?
Well, I suppose I just prefer being nice to people. Maybe it's a spirit thing.
No, Mime. I think this is all just you. I suppose I was rather stupid to assume all spirits would be like the ones I studied at the academy. And, sure, let's take a break later and have some coffee together.
Really? Okay, that sounds lovely.
Okay, let's see. Once this chapter is done, I'm assuming we're entering the final. You go and search for Mime and Caden at the meadow a little way out of town. It's been left fallow to rest the soil for another season, and the ground is engulfed with wildflowers.
And then you wrap the ends around like this to lock the knot in place. Careful! You don't want to accidentally snap the stem.
You find the pair seated within the tall grass, the former busily teaching the latter how to properly braid a flower crown.
That's easy for you to say. These things are very delicate.
Nah, it's just your hands that are too big. Hi! You here to help as well?
Mime's a tough teacher. It looks like you've got your work cut out for you, Caden.
He's doing all right for a beginner, as long as he only uses the sturdy flowers.
I'm still struggling a little with the purpose of this exercise. I understand that you make these wreaths for aesthetic reasons, but won't the flowers just wilt?
Well, sure, but until they do, they look really cute.
Something pretty until it wilts, huh? What an odd form of art.
Your people aren't fans of pretty things?
On the contrary, artists are highly valued among my people. However, the materials used are always permanent. Statues or glass figurines, jewelry cut from precious stones or metals. It's all designed to last forever. Something to leave behind that others might remember you by. Spending time making something like this brittle thing, knowing full well it's temporary. I quite like it.
Really? I'm glad, because we still got a few more to go for making enough for everyone.
I see.
Why don't I give you a hand?
That would be most appreciated.
You sit yourself down among the wildflowers, and together the three of you get to work weaving wreaths. Many attempts and mistakes later, you're standing to have a nice collection of finished crown. Mayim has run off to fetch more flowers, leaving you and Caden alone in a little nest of grass you built. You sit for a while in silence. Caden looked like he's deep in thought, and finally puts down the wreath with a frustrated sigh.
Now that we are alone, I needed to talk to you about something, actually.
Is something wrong, Caden?
Yes. No. I'm not sure. I keep thinking about that moment when I saw you fall. When we were fighting Ronan, you put yourself so easily in harm's way. I saw the light leave your eyes for a moment, and it scared me to my core. It drives me insane, thinking that in that moment, you could have been gone, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even tell you how much I care about you.
That would be harsh. You lean in to boldly capture Caden's lips, silencing whatever rant he was spiraling down into. He freezes in shock, sitting rigid as a board. When you pull back, he's a deep shade of red, eyes wide and mouth agape. You grin cheekily up at his flustered face.
You were saying?
You let out a squeak when Caden suddenly pulls you close, pressing his lips over yours in another burning kiss. It takes a moment for your brain to register what's going on, and then you melt into him, hands tangling in the back of his shirt. When you pull apart, his eyes are staring down at you with awe and adoration.
Hi, you two. I found a bunch more flowers for us.
The two of you freeze at the sound of Mime skipping closer, and you quickly pull apart, straightening yourself as the spirit flops down in the grass beside you. She tilts her head, immediately sensing something's off.
Is everything okay?
Everything's just perfect, Mime. Don't you worry.
You feel Caden's hand give yours a squeeze, and you share a smile. Mime shrugs, accepting that answer, and the three of you continue your work on the flower crowns, with you and Caden sitting just a bit closer together. And then let's see. Ready for the flower festival.
That seems odd.
A midnight picnic? You are all gathered at the shop, and Michael is explaining his great master plan. Yes, the streets are going to be empty while everyone is in the forest for the festival. We bring food and good company. That's enough for a good time, no?
So that's how it is.
I'm surprised. I was sure you were going to suggest we go to the tavern.
Oh, really?
You ruined me. We have minors among us. I can be considerate. I would suggest fine wine be part of the food we enjoy, though. Figures. Where do we go, though? The forest will be packed with people. Well, the wilted forest, of course. The entire room stares at him in silence.
Why?
Why in the world would we have a picnic out there?
Are you sure?
That place will be super creepy at night. We have faced down demons and bigoted mine owners together. Are you really going to be intimidated by a mere forest?
Maybe, but...
Well...
Look.
Hear me out. Because the forest has a questionable reputation among the townsfolk, no one is going to go within miles of the place. We'll have the whole area to ourselves.
I see.
That's actually rather clever of you.
Thank you.
Also, with all the trees gone, it has to be a perfect spot for stargazing.
I love it.
I think it sounds like a wonderful idea. Let's do it.
Well...
I suppose it would be a shame to let all those flower crowns go to waste. To the forest. The wilted forest looks just as bare as you remember, but you notice how shoots are now growing among the black roots. The forest is healing, which is reassuring.
Ah, these flower crowns are really beautiful, Mime.
Thank you. It's all thanks to your help, though. I hadn't expected them to wilt so quickly.
Oh, it was nothing a little spell couldn't handle. But that is why the crowns are usually worn during the day.
Wait, so I've done it all wrong?
Oh, don't worry your head. Sometimes we must adjust our old traditions to fit the times. The flowers spread joy. That's all that matters.
I'm glad you think so. Let's find a place to sit, Kim.
Okay. No running, you two. There might be loose roots and you could fall.
You can relax, Quinn. The children will be fine. They are sturdier than they appear.
You say that, but...
Why am I here again? I should be working on the locket.
It wouldn't be right to have a celebration without you here, Anne. It would bring down morale.
You could have at least let me bring my notebooks.
This place... it's still so barren. I wonder if it will ever return to what it was.
What's done is done. The forest will grow back eventually. You should move forward too.
I suppose... you're right.
I'm impressed, Victoria. That almost sounded empathetic.
What was that, mage?
Anyway, who's up for a game of cards?
Who do you want to see? Don't worry, I'll have time to talk with everyone. Okay. Fine, let's start from the top.
You have left yourself open again, Victoria, dear. For a trained professional, you are very easy to read.
Just be quiet and play your hand, Michael.
He is right, though. It's refreshing for me not to be the one losing this game.
It's my first time playing. What did you expect?
It's my first time playing this game as well.
But you already won twice?
Always watch out for the quiet ones.
Are you going to join us?
You guys seem awfully...
You guys seem awfully competitive about this, but sure, I can give it a try.
It's all good fun among friends.
Quiet, Caden. I'm trying to think.
You share a game of cards in an unprecedented moment of calm. You wander off to find Mime and Kim setting out blankets on the ground by a dead tree.
My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but I think I like this tree.
Quinn told me that once I get better at using my powers, I'll be able to speak with the trees like spirits do. Maybe I'll make friends, just like you did.
I think you will definitely make tons of friends. Don't you agree?
I'm sure you'll fit right in at the academy.
I sure hope so. I'll study hard. And then once I graduate, I'll get my own flower shop somewhere, just like Quinn's. Then Ronan can... When we save him, he won't have to work any dangerous jobs anymore. It will be my turn to take care of him. I think that would be nice.
I'm sure you can make that happen. And when you do, I'll definitely come to visit you both.
Mime, I'll be looking forward to that.
You've taken on the role of teacher quite well, Quinn.
I didn't expect to enjoy it quite this much. Kim is a lovely student, but tutoring him has made me think that perhaps I should look into the possibility of doing this for others.
Are you thinking of getting a professor title like Anne?
Oh, nothing of the sort. Mages are not the only ones who enjoy learning. I was thinking of teaching the villagers about the plants I grow. Maybe share a few non-magic skills that will help them grow their own? Even if they can't use magic like me, knowing more might ease some minds. Perhaps even prevent some of the misunderstandings we've seen lately.
That's not a small challenge. Teaching a child is one thing. influencing the minds of people who already have theirs set. Well, that's difficult.
But there's hardly any harm in trying, right? And I am nothing if not patient.
What do you think about Quinn's idea?
I think you'd make a lovely teacher, Quinn.
Thank you. I'll do my very best.
As long as it doesn't affect the flower shop, then I approve as well. You've only been here a short while, but I've grown accustomed to getting my herbs from you.
Of course. I'd never disappoint my best customers.
The sun starts to set, and you're all gathered to watch the splendid display as the light dims and give way to thousands of stars. And then, the ground comes to life. The thin green shoots that have overtaken the barren forest floor bloom, their brilliant white anemone flowers bursting open. What an Alethros name is this? The anemones are blooming.
That's wonderful.
The spell worked.
I'm glad.
This is so beautiful.
Hmm?
It is, isn't it? Nature always finds its way back. It just needed a little help to get started. Look, Quinn. They're glowing. Kim is smiling so brightly it almost hurts.
How curious.
The anemone flower growing in this area have always drawn up on the energy of the crystals in the soil, giving them this very distinctive feature. No doubt the town gets its name from this very phenomenon. Blah. Such a beautiful spectacle of nature. You all watch the flowers together. You sit back, watching everyone having a good time, when you feel a familiar tall presence sidle up to you.
The writings and illustrations I studied back home really do not do justice to the sight of the night sky.
I remember stopping dead in my tracks when I first stepped out into the world, mesmerized by their beauty.
You're breathtaking.
Somehow, they seem even more entrancing tonight, now that I have you by my side.
I wonder...
Are all Outlanders this sweet with their words, or I'm just lucky to have caught a particularly romantic one? I wouldn't say There are definitely others who do poetic flattery better. You make it easy, though.
How curious.
It's odd. I was concerned how you would react to all of this. I fear I'm going to stumble into some cultural barrier and ruin whatever this is. You know me better than that, Caden. You won't scare me off that easily. In fact, I think I'm the one who should be worried about accidentally chasing you off.
This is...
That will never happen. His hand slides into yours and you watch the stars together. As the sun rises the next day over Anemone Valley, most of the townsfolk spend their early hours locked up tight in their homes, lest the light disturb their brewing hangovers. You, on the other hand, have made your way down into the Forgotten Library, summoned by Anne, who's eager to show you her final rendition of the Spirit Locket.
This might be my greatest achievement yet. A masterful piece of tinker magic ingenuity. This final version of the locket will fix the tear in the seal for good, and it will be all thanks to my undeniable genius.
Your enthusiasm is encouraging, Anne, and also quite terrifying.
I'll ignore the gloating as long as the device actually works.
Of course it will work! As soon as I'm done connecting it to the locket.
I thought you had completed your work.
Hey, you were the one telling me I should take the night off yesterday, so you'll need to wait patiently for the finale.
Thank you for your hard work, Anne. I'm sure it'll be great.
You hand the locket over to Anne, who winks.
Of course it will be. Just give me a moment.
She gets to work welding the metal together, and your group is left for the moment to watch her work. Elizabeth walks up beside you, her eyes running over the rows of books with a faraway look.
Feeling nostalgic, Elizabeth?
Perhaps a little. Despite how it ended, I have many fond memories of this place. There was so much excitement and drive to make a positive change in the world. It's a shame the result never lived up to the original version.
There! All done.
Anne declares triumphantly and hands you back your locket. It's time.
Now, remember, this spell will use up all of the demon energy you've collected so far. There will be no test runs. You will have to ace this on the first try.
I'm ready. Let's end this.
You prepare yourself and hold up the locket, but before you can cast a spell, the door to the library suddenly bursts open.
What the?
Well, well, well. I thought I heard something scurrying around down here, but I didn't expect to find quite such a large gathering of rats.
You all turn to find Goldner walking out from between the bookcases. Michael tenses beside you.
How did you get down here?
Well,
I followed you, of course. It came to my attention that you lot were planning something nefarious. But even I couldn't have imagined that you were hiding an archivist's collection underneath our noble town. How disgraceful.
You seem awfully confident for someone who's finding skeletons in his own basement.
You're interfering with official Empire business, Mr. Goldner. I would suggest you back up immediately.
Right. I imagined you would make this claim again. But just to be sure, I took the liberty of calling in a few favors to get a second opinion, as it were.
Alita steps out from the shadows, flanked by a large group of knights that quickly encircles you. Really? Just looking around the library, eyes wide and fists clenched.
This place.
It's just as I explained, you see, Commander. An archivist's collection, buried underground. And the group of traitors who tried to hide this from the Empire.
Commander, I
suggest you hold your tongue for now, Victoria. I'll deal with you later. Elizabeth.
Alithia, let me explain.
So this is why you left all those years ago. I can't believe this. I helped you leave your position even when we needed you. I needed you on the front lines. I let you go because I believed you were breaking. And I wanted to keep you safe. But instead, you came here to help that traitor.
Liv was our friend. She sacrificed more than any of us for the Empire, only to have them turn on her when she was no longer needed.
She broke her oath as a mage and turned to forbidden magics.
The way I remember it, it was the Empire that demanded we do anything in our power to win the war.
Enough. I won't hear more of your excuses. I will deal with your treason soon enough. Your old friend has clearly been busy collecting his hoard of illegal documents. This type of information is dangerous in the wrong hands. It must be removed at once.
I see the Empire still would rather destroy the past than take a lesson from it. How predictable.
Ah, the archivist himself, I presume? Your punishment shall be swift as well. The Paragon of Eridus has ordered me to set this matter straight, and I intend to follow my orders.
We were merely following the orders you gave. Please, we still need to fix the damage caused by the mining, or the town won't be safe.
Now that sounds like a threat to me.
There is nothing to reconsider. I gave you and your spirit a chance to redeem yourselves, but I can't ignore this.
Elethra holds up her hand and there's the sounds of blades being unsheathed.
That's not good.
They can't possibly be thinking about executing us here.
That appears to be exactly what they are thinking.
If I may, Commander. While I agree with your swift judgment, I feel it is only right that the townsfolk are made aware of the tragedy we've avoided today. They should be allowed to see the criminals themselves before justice is served.
The commander looks down at him in visible disgust.
You wish to make a spectacle, so you can bask in the glory?
Oh, how crude. I merely suggest these people are made an example of, for the good of all citizens. After all, if you don't have a public trial, I will have to be the one relaying my account to the masses.
He smirks crookedly, and Aletha snares.
Fine. You'll get your spectacle, snake. After we are done dealing with this place. Knights, bring the prisoners. We're moving out. Burn this place to the ground.
No!
You watch in horror as the knights put torches to the age-old tombs, and within a minute, blazing fire fills the room. Michael is devastated, struggling against his captors, but there's no way out. Your group is dragged outside and up into the town square. You can't remember having ever seen the town in this state. A confused and tense crowd have scattered in the square, murmuring anxiously among themselves as knights stationed in every corner keep watch, their faces stoic. Victoria's expression is an unreadable mask, unlike Anne and Caden, who struggle to hide their fear. Mayim looked like she might be sick, and Michael? Michael hasn't looked up once ever since he saw the library burn. Alita stands tall next to the grinning Goldner, who throws out his arms theatrically to gain the attention of the crowd.
My fellow citizens, it is with great joy that I bring before you the group responsible for all the bad luck that has befallen our town.
We should have killed you when we could, Goldner.
These magic folk, these outsiders, have been caught hiding illegal magic artifacts beneath our town.
There are murmurs and cries of shock.
No doubt their actions are what brought about our misfortune. Killed the forests, burned our shops and more.
It was our shop! That was burned by you! How could you blame that on us?
So today, I, Nicholas Goldener, caught them red-handed, and the Knights of the Empire are here to bring them to justice.
Yeah, no, at this point I am angry, actually.
This is...
That's a lie. The demons didn't come from the library, they came from the mines. The crowd begins to buzz with confusion.
What's going on?
What's going on with the mines?
Huh?
Demons? Why did no one tell us about this?
What the?
What's going on here? Goldner glares at you darkly.
Lies and slander. Commander, silence this fiend at once.
Alethea gives the man a cold stare.
You wanted a trial, Messer Goldner. I cannot see how you would disagree with the other side being allowed to present their case.
The crowd yells and jeers.
Ah!
Tell us the truth! A trial! Hold a trial! Let them speak! Goldner looks extremely uncomfortable, but brushes it off with a confident smirk.
Very well. If the people want a trial, then I shall lay the evidence bare, so you may all witness the chaos these people have wrought.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to seeing your evidence. Expose Goldner's crime or talk about the danger? Oh. I mean, I care more about the danger than exposing Goldner's crime. I'll deal with you later. At this point, I feel like this is more important.
I'll tell you what happened.
I speak the truth. There are demons loose in our town. Murmurs and whispers run through the crowd, mostly skeptical. They were imprisoned in crystals in the mines, but escaped. We have been working to put them back, but if we don't finish our work, we will all still be in danger.
Oh, really now?
Are you threatening the good people of this town? Good town, alchemist. You say you are here to get rid of this threat, but if you are on the side of the law, the sparrows in the woods are singing quite a different song. Muriel the woodcutter, tell us what you found in the forest.
You see...
I found a singing bird, sir. It was enchanted and sang of a group of heroes, led by an alchemist that would save magic folk. Victoria's fist clenched and the crowd murmurs angrily. Okay, in hindsight, I probably should have saved before I did the first answer here. Let me do it before I mess up more.
Actually...
But you did know. We found papers showing you were all well aware of the demons trapped underground and the danger of mining the crystal. Yet you kept the evidence for yourself, so you wouldn't see a dent in your profits.
This...
That... The entire town is dependent on the profit I create from the mines. I couldn't just shut down production on a mere suspicion. And how did you come to be in possession of those papers, Seems like it would only be possible if you had stolen them from my home. The crowd murmurs angrily. Yeah, I'm getting us all executed here. I've done everything in my power to keep everyone safe. You are the ones who have been using and abusing your workers for years. We all know the stories. You don't care one bit for the people who work for you. You haven't done anything for this town the way I have. I love these people. That's not true though. The alchemist saved my child when no one else wanted to help. That's right. I'd completely forgotten about that. Why would a bad person go to such length to save a child?
Thank you.
You guys. Goldner looks extremely flustered.
Enough of this!
That means nothing. I still have more evidence against you. The crowd parts for a couple of Goldner's goons who are carrying between them a stoic Quinn and a terrified Kim. Electra glares.
Why do you?
What is the meaning of this, Goldner? I do not believe you have the authority to order people to be brought to you like criminals.
Let's see.
Let's call it a citizen arrest. The flower shop owner have been aiding this group of villains, and we were shocked to find they were also harboring a child mage.
Tell me.
Is that true, mage?
Actually,
Kim was made aware of his powers barely a day ago. We agreed with your knight to allow him a bit of time to gather himself before we called for the demon hunters.
Report.
Victoria? That's the truth. I approve of this.
How disappointing.
Victoria grits her teeth. You might not agree with my decision, but you cannot argue it wasn't in my authority to make it.
Let's hear it then.
That is true, and I'm very curious as to what their involvement is in this.
My brother was taken by one of those demons. The alchemist has been helping me try to save him.
The crowd murmurs.
You all know Ronan. He worked in the mines for years. He's a good man. But then he got hurt because the mines aren't safe, and he was angry and frustrated.
Hi there, Rumor. Yes, I'm finishing it up. I couldn't stop.
Ronan turned all that anger against magic, because that's what everyone else was fearing. But it wasn't magic that hurt him. It was that man!
He points at Goldner, who splutters.
Enough of this!
You little...
Enough!
Don't you dare speak ill of Kim, you pathetic old ghoul! You snap, and Quinn too is standing in front of the boy protectively, a dangerous glint you haven't seen before in their eyes.
absolutely not.
Don't be afraid, Kim. We got you. Tears are gathering in the young boy's eyes, but he gives a firm nod.
My brother. My true brother would never wish harm on anyone, but you would ignore the people being hurt under you. How many people are you going to destroy just to line your own pockets? I thought the mine was supposed to make our lives better, not worse.
The crowd roars in agreement, and Goldner pales.
You see...
Your actions have caught up with you, Goldner. This town knows who you truly are.
Now, listen here.
This is all that mage's fault. They must have poisoned the kid's mind while teaching him.
Really?
That doesn't make sense. Quinn's a flower mage. They don't even have that sort of power. However, they did use their skill to help restore the dead forest.
This.
What? It's true. I saw it this morning. The animal flowers are growing in the soil again.
I'm glad.
That's amazing.
How lovely.
I can't take the whole credit, though. The alchemist was a great help.
So...
Are these really the horrible villains you make them out to be? Your case doesn't make sense, Goldner. You smile as the crowd cheers, clearly won over, and Goldner looks like he might pop a blood vessel in his face.
You filthy, little...
Seemingly having had enough of Goldner's theatrics, Electra takes center stage, pushing the man aside. He sneers, but one glance from her steely eyes makes him grow silent, and a hush falls over the crowd. The commander unsheathes her blade and speaks solemnly.
The verdict is clear. The group of adventurers are found to be innocent of the alleged crimes.
Hooray! However, you guys still destroyed an irreplaceable library, so I'm not happy with you right now. The crowd cheers and you feel a relief that no other wash over you. But then Electra turns to Michael.
However, the case against the wild mage still stands. Illegal practice of magic, even with good intentions, cannot go unpunished.
She turns to Victoria, then hands her blade to your friend.
Commander?
This is your moment of redemption, Victoria. Carry out your sentence as a knight, and I may overlook your transgression.
Victoria takes the blade, looking down at Michael, who huffs, smirking through a bruised lip.
Do your worst, demon hunter.
She raises the blade.
Please, Victoria. You can't. Please don't hurt him.
Now look at this mess. You made our dear alchemist cry.
Michael chuckles softly, and Victoria grits her teeth, hands tightening around her blade, then lowers it.
I can't
do
it.
What?
Alethea looks furious, but Victoria rounds on her, throwing out her hands.
This man has done nothing wrong. He's helped us catch numerous demons when you refuse to send us aid. I cannot, in good conscience, end his life. It isn't right. If the law doesn't permit fairness or decency, then it is the law that is wrong, not the accused.
The crowd gasps, and Alita's expression turns dark. There is sadness, but she pushes it back into a cold, hard expression. Alita takes back her blade, but she does not sheath it.
Then as a traitor to the Empire, you will share his fate.
Your companions step closer, forming a circle as the knights surround you. The knights are advancing, swords drawn, and Goldner is frothing at the mouth, furious.
That's it! Don't you dare let them get away! Justice must be served!
Everyone whips around to look at Goldner, who is clutching his throat, eyes bulging and face turning blue.
No! We had a deal!
He wheezes and the crowd screams when black ichor pours from his mouth and eyes, painting his skin black.
Demons!
Goldner collapses on the stage, all eyes turning to you and your companions.
No!
What's going on?
You see him then, in the crowd, smiling.
Ronan.
Black mist is swirling around him. It comes from the crowd and it's sucked into his locket, feeding it.
Thank you for the show, everyone. It was very impactful, even if I did have to improvise a little there at the end.
He disappears from the crowd and then reappears on the stage.
What's the meaning of this?
Merely cashing in on a deal. You see, old Goldner here wanted an edge against you lot. And in exchange, he promised me a deadly spectacle. When he didn't deliver, I took it upon myself to get what I was owed. When a subject fails to deliver on an order, they must be punished. Isn't that right, Commander?
I mean, that is precisely what we were just about to do, so you can't really argue with him about that.
You...
What did you do?
Oh, this is all you. I merely stoked the flames a little. Hate. Humanity's greatest weaknesses, yet incredibly potent in the right hands.
He purrs and holds up his locket, brimming with energy.
A mirage. You set this up to trap it.
This locket finally has the spirit it needs. Their own hate for magic will be what releases my brethren from their prison. How fitting.
A rune of magic begins to glow behind him as he moves to cast his spell.
Free. At long last.
The ground shakes and shadows grow longer as the realm of reality seems to shift and bend and finally crack. The seal breaks.
This can't be.
No! Demons!
Get away from me!
Look out! The streets crack and people are screaming and fleeing in all directions as demons purr from the dark.
We failed.
We're going to stop you, Ronan.
Don't be foolish, child. It's time to go.
Elizabeth steps in front of you protectively.
Get out of here while you can. I'll hold him back.
Elizabeth, that's way too dangerous. You can't...
It's okay. I'm sorry. But you are still my apprentice. Trust me on this.
Oh, such a moving scene. I'm sorry I have to cut it short.
Rowan gestures with his hands and you watch as demons come flying out and surround you and your companions.
I won't let you.
Commander?
Get out of here, Victoria. Someone must report back to Eridas what's happened.
But...
Elizabeth is right. I might not always have been the best teacher for you, but you're still my student. Take the alchemist and go!
Understood. Olithia.
Don't think you can talk me out of this now, Elizabeth.
I mean, you were just about to kill us all, so I feel you are questionable.
I know. I wouldn't dare challenge you.
Elizabeth throws a vial onto the ground and light explodes, making everyone stumble back, blinded.
Come on!
Mayim grabs you by the hand and you're surprised by the strength with which he pulls you through the crowd. Elizabeth isn't following you, instead throwing you a wink before disappearing into the smoke. You run through the crowds of panicked townsfolk. It only takes a moment and you're swept away by the tide. Mayim's hand in yours is the only thing keeping you steady as you make it for the forest. Okay, chapter 3 Sparrow. Not chapter 3, chapter 6. You run and run until you can't run anymore. Ancient tree crowns stretch high above you, shrouding everything in darkness as Mayim leads you forward. Everyone's gone. Lost in the chaos of your escape, the two of you now stumble through the forest alone. You trip and fall to your knees, and Mayim crouches down in front of you, her big eyes wide with concern.
Are you okay?
Which choice will influence your personality going forward? Vengeance or despair? Oh. I mean, I want vengeance, but vengeance is such a... I don't want to fall into despair either. I wish there was a third option here. I really wish there was a third option. Of the two, I'd rather go with vengeance than despair. Despair is helplessness, giving up, and I'm not choosing that route. Your soul solidifies, and your confidence swell into the burning rage of vengeance, filling your limbs like with molten fire.
That guy.
He will pay for this. Ronan will pay for what he's done. Mayim is silent, watching you apprehensively. Perhaps we should just take a moment to calm down? To think? I don't recognize this part of the forest. We must have been running for a while. So I guess that means we're lost? Not that we were really going anywhere, so I guess technically we aren't lost? That's only not that good either.
Right.
We should probably try and find out where we are, though I'm not really sure how. There's a rustle in the leaves and you both freeze, shifting close together. What was that? A shape emerges from the forest, an ominous feeling washing over you, suffocating you. You have felt powerful magic before, but the crushing presence of the shadow before you is unlike anything from this realm. Almost like it isn't mortal magic at all. The king of the forest? Mime breathes and begins to step closer, and your breath catches. He's a tall being, much taller than any human you know. Dark, empty eye sockets of a deer skull stare back at you, and you shiver, terror running through your body.
Mime.
Mime, get behind me. You order and step in front of her, but Mime doesn't look as concerned as you. Instead, she stares at the frightened being with rapt curiosity.
I wonder...
It's okay. I don't think he means to hurt us. The dare god turns and motions for you to follow him down the path.
Huh?
It looks like he wants us to follow.
I'm ready.
Very well. Let's see where this will take us. Hopefully somewhere safe. You follow him silently, Mime sticking closely to your side. The sun goes down and the woods turn dark as you follow the god through his realm. In here, the trees grow taller and thicker, stretching above you into a suffocating dome, and then thin lights begin to peek out from within the leaves and branches. They glow like lanterns, illuminating the path ahead.
Huh?
What's that over there? Mime looks shed in wonder as the deer comes to a halt in front of a clearing. Looking out, you see a small building nestled among the trees. An inn? The dare god turns to Mime and then leans down, pressing his skull against her forehead. You move to stop him, but he doesn't hurt her, just stands. Then he rises again and walks off into the trees.
Are you okay?
Huh?
I'm fine. He just wishes us a good journey.
I wonder...
It's strange. I have this feeling. Like he's someone familiar to me. Like a father? But that's just a crazy thought. It's all the adrenaline speaking. But this here should be a place we can be safe. That's what he said at least, so let's go inside. You walk inside the inn and are hit by warm air and the scent of hearty foods and mulled wine. Patrons are milling about the many tables, laughing boisterously and talking excitedly. Like a party of old friends catching up after a long year.
Good evening, dear alchemist. So this is where your tale took you. How interesting.
It's good to see you, Rune. It's been a long day, so a friendly face is comforting.
The pleasure's all mine. I was just here to check in with another legend of mine. It seems her tale has finally come to a close, so I wanted to get all the final details.
I'm sorry, but I'm not following. What is this place?
It is only natural to be a bit confused when entering the realm of the gods. Welcome to the Merry Sparrows Inn, the final transit stop for heroes' souls before they pass on to the afterlife.
Wait, these people are ghosts?
Indeed. Why so surprised? You're a spirit yourself, are you not?
Ghosts and spirits are not the same. Ghosts can be super vengeful and haunt you for the rest of your life. Also, they are creepy.
I can assure you none of these ghosts are out to get revenge on anyone. Only the souls of those who have lived a life of adventure can enter this place. The kind that has grand tales of heroism to leave behind. I can introduce you to some of them, if you'd like.
I'm starting to sense a theme here. And the theme is that I keep dying.
I would like to state for the record that it wasn't my fault. This time.
I can dispel that misunderstanding. You are not dead.
Hooray.
While this is a place to celebrate the end of a long journey, the Sparrow does like to open his doors on special occasions.
What does that mean?
The heroes in this place have seen many things. Tragedy, triumph. They carry with them a well of knowledge. Sometimes, when a traveler like yourself stumbles, the wise words of someone who's been there before will put you back on the right path. If you wish, you may go see what knowledge they offer.
Wait. So, if these people are ghosts, what does that make us?
You're not dead, if that's what you're concerned about.
That's a relief.
The inn is a safe haven for heroes. Its doors are always open to heroes in need of a bit of guidance, and you, my friend, look like a lost soul if I've ever seen one.
Who is the Sparrow?
That would be the innkeeper. He is a patron for all heroes' tales, one of the 3 gods of mortal stories.
Gods of storytelling? I've never heard about that before.
Few know about them these days, but the Empire's clutches can never reach them in here. The Sparrow is for the hero's tale. Those stories that live on forever. The Raven for the quiet tales. Those that will fade away with those who experience them. And finally, the Nightingale, who watch over the storytellers, the bards, the artists, the mother sitting on the edge of her child's bed. Together, they watch over the death and legacy of all mortals in this realm.
We met someone strange who led us here. A man with a deer skull for a head. Do you know about him?
The king of the forest escorted you here himself? That is quite the honor.
What did you mean when you said heroes?
Why don't you ask one yourself? Come, I'll make the introductions.
Rune takes you through the crowded tavern, winding through patrons speaking animately until he pauses in front of one who's distinctly quiet. The man is sitting by himself, sipping from his drink, smiling lazily at the merriment going on around him.
Good evening, Rixus.
Oh, Rune? Back for more wild tales, are you?
Something like that.
Rune nudges you forward.
The alchemist here was just passing through and could use a bit of wisdom to guide her forward. Do you mind sharing a little?
The man laughs heartily, placing down his cup.
I think...
Wisdom? I think you got the wrong guy for that, but sure, I can tell the kid a story.
I'm Rixus.
Happy to be of service, kid. I'm not a kid, but sure.
What do you mean?
A story? What do you mean by that? Curious one, huh?
Let me tell you.
You're here because your world just kicked you in the face, right? I've been there. Oh, believe me, I have. But I managed to pick myself up from the dirt.
But you see...
I never wanted to be a hero. I was living a quiet life as a merchant, trading wares near the port of Verstad when I was falsely accused of committing fraud. The woman who framed me was another merchant who didn't much care for the competition from some nobody mage spawn. She had connections to a prominent blue blood official who easily swallowed the idea of my crime. I never stood a chance. I lost everything, had to leave my home, my business, my family.
Oh.
How horrible.
I think...
It was a hopeless situation indeed. I was once commoner against a system that had deemed me a villain. Most sane people would have cut their losses and moved on, but I couldn't do that. You found someone who could help? A wise man would perhaps have sought help, but that's not my style. I'm much more scheming in nature.
Let me tell you.
I took all my anger and pain and let it drive me forward. I spent over a year planning my revenge. Scheming, gathering intelligence, training for the job I had to carry out. I entered the noble official's estate and relieved him of some accounting books he wasn't too keen on sharing. Dumped them at the doorstep of a rival noble and then just sat back and watched as the vultures ripped him to shreds. As for the merchant, it turned out I hadn't been the first competitor she had been holding down with deceit and threats. Once she lost her connection to the elite, the other merchants turned against her. Turns out the allies you make by blackmail are not very loyal in the end. That seems like a fitting end for the con man to be conned.
Indeed.
It felt great, not gonna lie about that. But once it was done, I noticed something even greater.
But you see...
I think the thirst for revenge gave me a boost to pick myself up. But once I succeeded, it wasn't pain that kept me going. It was knowing I'd done something to prevent someone else from ending up in the place I did.
It's a simple kind of pleasure, knowing you've made a change to the world.
Things might seem dark now, but I swear it's worth it in the end. Rune steps up to squeeze your shoulder.
Thank you for the story, Rixus.
Anytime, buddy. He laughs, picking up his drink again, holding it up for you in a toast. Good luck, kid. I'll be looking forward to hearing your story once you return to this place. You leave Rixus behind, Rune smiling to himself as you head toward another corner of the inn.
So this place is like a club for heroes?
Indeed.
Why would he want to share his story with us, though? What's the point?
To reminisce. Mostly. These people are a nostalgic bunch, but also to inspire. Come, there's someone else I'd like for you to meet.
Rune walks up to a tall guy in finely polished armor.
Darius, do you have a moment?
He turns and your eyes widen. Reptile eyes stare back. You've never seen anything quite like it before. Dragon.
You're quite perceptive.
Most visitors don't recognize my kind anymore.
Darius Dunca, at your service.
What?
What's a dragon doing here? So far I've only seen human in this place. Some exceptions were made on my behalf. The Sparrow is a great fan of tales of friends facing down obstacles together, and he didn't want to split me from mine. The dragon motioned with his hands to a table behind you, where 5 people are sharing a laugh over cups of mead. They're a colorful bunch, but all distinctly human.
Really?
These are your friends? But I thought human and dragons were not very friendly? I mean...
that is true.
There was a great war, yeah. The dragons did not like the emergent human race pressing at their borders, and so sought to end it. I disagreed with my people's decision and changed sides to aid the humans.
Huh?
What happened? I had learned...
It all began when...
I had learned the location of one of the great dragon generals, a cruel, ruthless killer who had no intention of seeing the war come to an end. I wanted to gather a team to take him out, but not many humans were keen to trust a dragon deserter, and so I ended up with those 5.
Things didn't go as planned.
Through our travels, we formed bonds, made memories, and shaped the world for the better. But when we finally arrived to face down the general, we weren't ready.
No.
He was too strong, effortlessly laying waste to our plans. He was toying with us, and when we were defeated and thrown before him, he made us an offer. We could go, if we left one behind.
That's awful.
That's a cruel choice to force on you. Sacrifice one to save the many. I can't even imagine having to sacrifice a friend like that.
No.
For me, it was an easy choice. I was the one who convinced them to join me. I had to be the one taking the fall. But the dragon didn't want me, he picked someone else. Maddie.
Yeah, you see.
She was the smallest of us all, but she kept her head high as she stood before the general.
But then...
I thought we had lost, and then she pulled out a magic feather from within her cloak and summoned the spirit of a giant eagle to come to our aid. It was such an absurd and fantastical trick to pull, and some were her defiance in the face of death. It inspired us. I and our other fighter, Mal, jumped onto the eagle's back, and from the air we fought with renewed strength. Wolfgar, bless his soul, cast spells to heal our wounds, and Miraseth created a distraction to draw the dragon's fire, with illusions of hundreds of ravens. Finally, Ariella used a spell to create a giant magical fist that punched out the lights of our enemy. We won.
That's amazing.
That sounds like an epic tale. It certainly didn't feel like it in the moment, but now millennia later, it was quite a feat. That day I learned...
That day, I learned to put trust in my friends.
Their ideas might have been unorthodox and downright mad, but they saved me, saved us all.
Thank you for the story, Darius.
Anytime, Rune. The dragon bows his head and walks off toward the table with his friends. More laughter and cheerful conversation rise up from them.
This is all pretty crazy. So all the heroes just live here?
Eventually, the patrons of the inn move on to the afterlife. Some stay longer than others, but eventually, they all move on.
Where do they go?
Who knows? That's not my jurisdiction, as no one has ever lived to tell the tale. How are you feeling?
Comforted.
I feel better now, somehow. This place. These people. It's very calming.
Huh. I'm glad you feel that way. The inn is a place of magic, but even magic can't fix everything. Humans are complicated. Your souls are fragile, yet strong. I think, in time, you will come to terms with what has happened. As for here and now, I think there's someone here who wants to see you.
The bard takes you through the room to a table in the corner where a familiar face sits, sipping on a cup of tea.
Child, how in Alethero's name did you end up here?
Elizabeth. Mostly walking, but with a mix of running for our lives, escaping a demon army.
By the seven. Even in this place.
She sighs in frustration.
Just tell me what happened.
We got separated from the others. And then the king of the forest led us to this place.
So, you are here to seek guidance. That's a relief.
Elizabeth, what are we gonna do? The demons are loose in town. Everyone is... Is there really no way to put things right?
I'm not going to lie to you. Reinforcing the fractured seal was the easy solution to this. Now that it is shattered, and the demons are out, the situation is most dire. Your locket still might be able to restore the demon's prison, but with no way to trap them again, I fear we don't have a lot of options.
This is all my fault. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything in the end. And now everything is...
Don't blame yourself. None of this will ever be your fault. No matter how things turn out in the end.
Elizabeth smiles gently and reaches out to grab your hand, squeezing it.
You have already done so much. Gotten so far. You were always made for a life of adventure. Your tenacity made you stick it out. You never needed anyone to tell you what to do. You accepted this burden without reservation. By overcoming challenges, you gained confidence in your own abilities. You gathered a group of extraordinary individuals, and together, you investigated this threat and came up with a plan to solve it. You earned their respect by leading with reason, and together, you became quite the team of heroes. You even fell in love. I'm not so blind that I haven't noticed. Right now, the flames of vengeance are guiding your steps. And I understand it must be difficult to step back and assess the situation with a level head. However, I am so very proud of you. No matter how this turns out, your journey to this moment has been remarkable. What a brilliant alchemist you have become.
I knew I should have done those last potions. Ugh.
Thank you,
Should have done them while I could.
Elizabeth.
You smile, your first honest smile for what feels like years, and Elizabeth reaches out to give your shoulder a squeeze.
You are welcome, dear.
You calm down and your chest feels lighter. There's still much to do.
There's gotta be a way to put all those demons back where they belong.
Going around and sealing the demons away one by one with a locket could take a lifetime. The amount of damage they could cause in the meantime is unimaginable.
If only there were, like, A giant spirit locket we could use to seal them all away at once. What?
Mime, you're a genius.
I am?
Liv did theorize that the seal itself worked much like a spirit locket. The lockets were modeled after that structure, after all.
So you're saying if we repair the seal, we might be able to use it to trap the demons again?
It's only a theory. We can't be certain.
It's worth trying out.
That's the spirit. What about Ronan, though? If we trap the demons again, will he...
So long as the demon is bound to Ronan, sealing it away will be impossible, I'm afraid.
So there's no way for us to stop him?
There's always a way.
Elizabeth?
I didn't want to have to give this to you.
She hands you a piece of metal. He recognizes that the missing piece of the locket.
Listen, you know Anne's gonna be really angry when she finds out you hid part of the locket from her.
Anne didn't need to know about this. And she won't need to know in the future. This is the piece that made me the spirit alchemist on the battlefield. It allows you to use the locket to unlock souls, demon or human, killing them.
That's...
When I left the Empire, I removed the piece to disarm the locket. I didn't want it to be used to take any more lives. But it appears your path ahead might call for it. Taking a life is a heavy burden in many ways. You need spirit energy to fuel the spell. A lot of it. If you want enough energy to repair the seal, you won't get a lot of chances. But if Ronan dies, then the demon inside him will be released, and it can be sealed away with its brethren.
But then Ronan will... Isn't it possible to just hit the demon instead? Then Ronan would be free of it, right?
If it was that easy to end a bond between a human and a spirit, don't you think I would have used it on you when we first met, Mime?
Oh... I see.
I agree. This cycle of violence has to end. There has to be another way.
There might be. You are the spirit alchemist now. You have surpassed anything I thought possible. I trust you will find the right answer, whatever it might be.
We should start by finding the others. Though, they might be anywhere by now.
I think you'll figure something out. You do, after all, not just share a bond with Mime anymore, but with all of your companions. Use it. Connect with them, and your skill will take you to them. I'm sure whatever needs to be done will become clear then.
Thank you for your help, Elizabeth.
It has been a pleasure, my child.
You'll be coming with us, won't you, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth stays here with me. She still has not told me all the details of her grand adventure, and I am very curious.
Wait, that means... Elizabeth, you're...
My journey has come to an end, child. That is the natural way of things. After all, you don't need this old teacher anymore.
I might not need my teacher anymore, but I still need you, Elizabeth. You can't leave me. Not now.
Child, you mean the world to me. You are family, never just my apprentice. And even if this is the moment that we part ways, I will never be far from you. I will be here, listening to the nightingale sing of the amazing tales that I know you have ahead of you. And once your journey comes to an end again, I will be waiting. The memories of the people who helped us through life reside within you. That is a powerful thing. Use it.
You couldn't have gone out in a less dramatic fashion, could you?
Me? Dramatic? Perish the thought. Now go. You have a world to save.
She smiles, then turns to Mime.
Take good care of each other, my dear Mime.
The spirit snuffles loudly, drying her tears.
Oh, okay. I promise.
You pull out your locket and focus on the face of a dear friend of yours, reaching out with all your heart toward the spirit, and the inner Elizabeth smiles fade away. Okay, so now we're here. Well, it's obviously who we're gonna go for first. We're doing this in the priority of how much I like him. You find Caden in an alleyway near the town square. He stays near the shadows, sharp eye watching the street closely until he notices your presence. Morgan, you made it out.
Caden.
Caden, what are you doing here? I just couldn't stand by and do nothing. I've been scouting the area around town square, searching for something that will also stop Ronan, but...
I can't believe this.
I still can't believe Elizabeth. She sacrificed everything to give us an opening. We have to do something with this chance, but... we have to face reality. We are alone. We'll need a miracle to fix this.
About that...
You don't ever have to face down something like this alone again, Caden. We're all here for you. I'm here for you. So stop trying to fix everything yourself. Let us help. Caden looks startled. Then he chuckles softly. I guess I really was just acting on impulse again. I'm sorry. Old habits are hard to beat. He steps forward and touches your cheek, angling your face up to meet his as he bends down to kiss you. His boldness startles you, but you melt into him just the same, reaching up to tangle your fingers in his hair.
As you wish.
Tell me where to go, my heart, and I will follow. Sure you're not going to regret that? I've been leading us to some pretty crazy places so far. Caden is towering above you with those gemstone eyes staring through you.
No.
I regret nothing. Okay, let's see. I mean, I think Victoria has grown more on me than Michael has. By far. So let's go Victoria. The streets of Anemone Valley are in utter chaos. Fearful cries and roars of fury are all mixed together as frenzied villagers set their own homes ablaze, attacking family and friends desperately trying to flee.
Time to go.
This way. Follow the street and get out of town. Now.
Thank you.
Oh, Shaggy makes it.
Hi.
Victoria, what's going on?
Ugh.
You. What are you two doing here?
Look.
This place is going to be crawling with demon hunters any minute now, and they're going to terminate anything remotely magical within the town, including you two.
I have to help.
I couldn't just abandon my home to the demons.
Of all the...
So now you're here to die with them?
Look,
The town is already lost. The knights are rounding up the villagers and holding them until the hunters get here. Right now, it's impossible to tell who is possessed and who isn't, so once they arrive, it will be a complete massacre. That really doesn't sound good at all.
Are you okay?
Everything that's happened. You went against the letter, your mentor. How are you holding up? Honestly, I feel nothing. Perhaps some part of me knew this was where it was heading? I'm not sure.
about that.
I'll have time to process it once this is all over. If we survive, that is. Do you have a plan? I mean, exorcism is probably the best choice.
So?
Elizabeth taught me a new skill to get rid of the demon inside Ronan. We'll have to confront him directly and then stop him.
Well, that's...
So you're what, planning to just walk up to him and test out this new spell of yours? Have you lost your mind? It'd kill you in a second. What kind of idiotic plan is that? Does that mean you're in? Obviously. You're clearly going to get yourself killed if I don't keep you in line.
Let's go!
We still have to find the others. Okay, and slightly less annoying than she started out with, but nah, still least favorite. You find Michael in the wilted forest, sitting underneath the very same tree where we first found him. He looks tired, haggard even, staring emptily out into space, and you approach cautiously.
Michael?
You call gently, making him twitch. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Morgan? What are you doing? I thought you and Mime... You shouldn't be here. Great to make someone feel appreciated, Michael. Is my presence really that bad?
Huh.
Sorry, I guess my charm isn't really what it used to be right now. The library. It's gone. 1,000 lifetimes of work burned up in flames. It's like the world is insisting on burning everything good right before our eyes. How do you even fight such hate? Not by sitting on your ass out here, that's for sure.
Huh?
Victoria? Huh. Can't blame a guy for thinking about running away after almost getting executed. Thank you, by the way, for not giving me that unfortunate haircut. I think that might be the nicest thing you've ever done for me.
I'm...
Michael...
sorry.
I'm sorry about the trial and the library. It wasn't supposed to end this way. But you deflecting with that god-awful humor of yours will get you nowhere. Morgan has a plan. A terrible, absolutely ridiculous one, but it's all we got. So, what are you going to do? He grits his teeth and you see for once his mask slipping. He's scared. You're my friend, Morgan. Seeing you disappear in that crowd, I don't want to lose you. Poor Caden would be a mess if you disappeared.
This is it.
I'm not going anywhere, Michael. We have done the impossible before, and we can do so again. I believe in us.
Interesting.
Such confidence. Can't say I share it, but I trust you. Let's gather a team of misfits and see this to the end, shall we? Now, Anne is the one I'm least sure that will actually join us in this ridiculous plan. Your locket leads you to Quinn's shop and into the workshop you come to know so well. You find Anne rushing to pack up her notes, anxiously looking out at the street every few seconds. She gasps when she sees you, snapping her bag shut. Morgan, you made it! Thank it. Come, we have to get out of here quickly before those lunatics find us.
So...
Did you see Quinn on the way here? They were already gone when I made it to the shop, so they probably already left. We should meet up and...
We have to help.
We're not running, Anne. I'm here to ask you to join me in taking Ronan down.
Why?
You can't be serious. I don't know if you noticed, but the entire town is swarming with demon-possessed townsfolk, and those who aren't possessed are probably out for our blood as well. Elizabeth, she... Sorry, you knew her much better, and yet I still can't stop shaking. After all that, why do you see the need to put yourself in harm's way again? This town clearly doesn't care about you. They don't want your help, so why?
This is it.
Because I refuse to become what they think I am. I won't force you to join me, Anne. You can leave. Go grab Quinn and Kim and get them to safety. The mage huffs, running a hand down her face with a low groan.
Oh, Letherus, mercy.
Why do you have to be so stupidly brave? Was that supposed to be a compliment?
No.
It wasn't. Now come on, let's go save that stupid town from certain doom. Chosen to choose. Okay, let's save there, as I'm assuming this is the final chapter. Before I forget, you and your companions walk into the town square. All around your homes are on fire, and the sound of distant screaming is ever present. Someone else is already there in the square.
Kim, please, we have to go.
No! My brother is still in there. He has to be.
How sweet. Don't worry, kid. I'll just be sure to capture your spirit properly this time, and reunite you with your dear brother. As soon as I've dealt with our other guests.
Alchemist!
It's okay, Kim. I'm here to help. We'll get your brother back.
Thank you. I'm not afraid of you, demon. I can see my brother still in there, and I will get him back.
Kim's hands glow a brilliant green, and you watch in shock as his eyes turns gold, a mist of magical energy reaching out like vines to ensnare Ronan.
What the?
What kind of magic is this?
Well, I'll be. Looks like our young friend has learned a new trick.
Spirit magic. Kim, how did you...
You see the demon leave Ronan's body. You have a moment to strike it. Strike the demon, let Kim continue his spell. Ooh. Okay, let me... I want to believe in Kim, but I'm also saving because it could go horribly wrong, so let's overwrite file 1, sure. Because games give me 3 game save files, that's great.
Come on, Kim. You got this.
Let's believe in the kid.
I'm not gonna give up on you, brother. I know you've taught me that magic is to be feared, but I've learned that magic isn't wrong or evil. That if I use it right, then it can save people. So I'm going to use it to save you. I'm gonna put you back in control. So show me you really are my great brother who won't bow down to a demon!
There's a flash of light and the echoing scream of a demon's roar. The light fades and Ronan is still standing. He looks up, eyes glaring.
Kim?
Ronan!
Kim rushes over and throws himself into Ronan's arms. The tall man holds him tightly, like the world might snatch his brother away if he loosens his grip.
You stupidly reckless little... What were you thinking? I could have... I almost...
The man grits his teeth as he holds his brother close.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
You all watch from afar as the two brothers are reunited at last.
This is...
You did it. We removed the demon?
You see...
Hi, Commissar Kitty. No, it's still there. But Kim somehow put his brother back in control, so he should be safe. For now, at least.
Got it.
That's one problem taken care of.
Let's see.
We still need to get rid of all of these unwelcomed guests. I'm sure this will be a walk in the park. Commanding a giant underground alchemy locket to seal away hundreds of demons at once? Sure, easy.
Wait.
Ronan has composed himself somewhat and joins you, though his hands never leaves his brother's shoulder.
There's something important I think you should know. When I was under that thing's control, I got a good glimpse into his mind. I know it's hard, after everything I did. But he was trying to protect someone dear to him. Just like I was.
What do you mean?
Those demons. They've been trapped beneath the earth for so long. They're furious, of course, but they're also frightened, in pain. Is it possible? Is there any way to resolve this so they don't have to go back to that place?
Look.
We can't just let them roam free. The chaos and damage.
No, I know. I'm not suggesting you let them be free, but then is it possible to end them? Death would be better than whatever that place is.
About that.
You know, Elizabeth did sort of teach us a new spell.
That's new.
What are you talking about?
Well...
We didn't have to use this and Kim managed to save Ronan, but Elizabeth showed us how to use the locket to kill by sorta unsealing their souls? That's...
How curious.
That old alchemist really was full of secrets, wasn't she? It's quite costly though, so it's probably not useful, really.
This is amazing.
That's it.
Huh?
So...
We can use your new skill to get rid of the demons for real. No sealing them away like another bomb beneath the town, but permanently gone.
Really?
But how? Morgan and I can't exactly go around and fight every single demon in town. We have to save our energy if we're gonna use the giant alchemy puzzle beneath town to seal away. Oh. Catching on? Instead of sealing the demons away, we'll use the locket beneath town to amplify this destruction spell. The demons won't know what hit them.
This is...
Would that really be able to reach all across town? If it works for sealing spells, then surely it would work for this destructive spell too. Though... There's a cost. Of course there is.
Although...
Doing something like this, compared to merely sealing them away, that's going to demand a lot more power. Like, how much? Like an amount that would probably drain every demon in Morgan's locket, and mine as well.
So you're saying...
So you're saying...
If I give up everything, then all of these spirits will be free?
Mine.
I can do it.
Brother!
I still have the alchemy locket, and if I use the power of the demon inside me, that should be enough, correct?
Probably, but that would re-establish the link between you and the demon. There's no way you would be able to keep him out, and then... I don't think you'd survive that.
I am responsible for all of this. If I hadn't interrupted the Outlander, if I hadn't let this demon inside, then the seal wouldn't have broken in the first place. I have to set things right.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Ronan sacrifices himself. I'm sure sacrifices himself. We're going with the original plan. I mean, this is his choice. He gets to say goodbye to his brother. They get closure. He can live with himself. I don't think he could live with himself if otherwise.
Ronan, we're counting on you.
At least now he gets to go out with a bang.
Thank you.
No! It isn't fair! I just got you back! You can't!
I know. I'm being a shitty older brother. But what kind of brother would I be if I didn't fix the mess I created? The demons deserve to rest. And this town deserves peace that won't be broken by a couple of pickaxes.
Ronan...
It's only fair, honestly. You gotta give me a chance to outshine you a little. I mean, I've been gone for a few weeks and all of a sudden my baby brother's saving the world. I always knew you were a smart kid. You deserve more than this rundown town can offer. I bet you're gonna be out there learning magic. And fighting dragons or something. And you'll be a great mage. I'm sure of it. So just let me be the cool brother for a minute, okay? Before you surpass me completely.
Kim tears up but nods, throwing himself at his brother, who hugs him back tightly.
You will always be my cool big brother.
Thank you. I'm proud of you, Kim. Don't forget that.
Kim pulls away and Quinn steps up to wrap their arms around his shoulder, nodding at Ronan.
I'll make sure he's taken care of.
Thank you.
Ronan unwinds the locket from around his neck and holds it out. Golden light spreads and you can hear the mirage inside roar with fury.
Time to end this.
The spell blasts out and everything turns white. And so the spell swam through the city, releasing the townsfolk from the demon's hold and setting the spirits free at last. And the Moon Valley woke up to a fresh start, and once the demon hunters arrived, they found no trace of magic left behind. Likewise, the heroes responsible for the miracle that had happened were nowhere to be found, leaving the sparrows to tell their tale to befuddled government officials. As the dust settles and your journey comes to an end, you find your mind drifting. You're floating in that space between dream and waking. A sea of color without substance. You drift along in the quiet, at peace.
It's time to wake up.
The world comes rushing into focus and you open your eyes.
Did you space out again, darling? I don't think it's polite to be napping at your own celebration party.
You're sitting in the anemone fields, Quinn seated beside you, watching you with amusement. What celebrations?
Actually...
Honestly, it's more of a farewell party at this point. Now that the threat of the demons have been dealt with, everyone's splitting up again to go on their own paths. It makes sense for us, though, to have one peaceful moment together like this. You've accomplished something quite extraordinary after all.
Mime?
Where's Mime? I'm sure I heard her voice. There's a flash of confusion in Quinn's eyes, and then they smile. Last I saw her, she was having a cake eating competition with Caden. I think she might have won as well. In any case, she's around here somewhere. Must have dozed off for a moment there.
Ah, so that's how it is.
I can't really blame you. You must have been exhausted. I tried to stay awake for a while longer though and get a word in with everyone here. Who knows when we'll ever get to see each other again once everyone's spread to the winds.
So...
What's your plan once all this is over, Quinn? After everything that's happened, I suppose my old normal won't be coming back, and I'm surprisingly okay with that. My customers are already starting to come back, and many new faces are joining them. The fact that my magic was used to revive the dead forest has broken a barrier between us I'd never hoped to cross. For the first time since I gotten here, I actually feel like I belong.
That's amazing.
That's amazing to hear, Quinn. Congratulations. Couldn't have done it without you, my friend. The future is looking up for this little valley.
Another thing...
It's going to be quiet when everyone leaves, though. I knew all along that Anne would be leaving for the academy once she was done with her studies here, but it still stinks a little. I made a promise to write more often, though.
That sounds nice.
I hope that no matter what might happen, you'll find happiness in this place.
Thank you.
I already have, my friend. Now, don't hang around here. You got people to talk to. Go on, have fun. Okay, let's go an opposite route then. Last time I did it in the row from the people who I like the most to the least, so... why is the alley here and home? Why the alley? You find Kim standing off to the side alone, staring out into the forest with a faraway look in his eyes.
Hi, Alchemist. Sorry, I was a bit lost in thought there. I still can't believe that he's gone.
Hi, Niamblub. We're just rounding up the finish now. The epilogue, if you will.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Kim.
It's okay.
It still hurts so much. But I'll be okay. I have to be. Ronan sacrificed himself to save all those spirits. To save me. He became a hero. Now it's up to me to do something with what is left behind.
Look.
I'll go to the academy and become a great nature magic who can save spirits and humans alike, just like him. I'm glad I got to see you one last time before I leave, Morgan.
About that...
I'm sure you'll do great, Kim.
Thank you.
I'll do my best.
Actually...
Honestly, I'm starting to look forward to it a little bit. I might even make some new friends there. 12 hours, I will admit it. With this game, I have not noticed the 12 hours. My voice is gonna notice the 12 hours once I stop, for sure. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a lot of making up to do to the rest of the family who has been ignored. However, I don't feel the 12-hour exhaustion from this game. But that's because it's more of a story, less me having to be on point as far as concentration for hitting buttons at the exact time and things. The alchemy shop is quiet. Even if Elizabeth is no longer here, you can still feel her calm presence lingering in the air. Are you ready to end the day? No! No, I'm definitely not ready to end the day. Not even close. Okay, so opposite, so Anne first. Still my least favorites, so I'll say goodbye to you first. You find Anne sitting in her chair, furiously scribbling away in her notebook.
Just a second. I need to get these final thoughts down. I just got a sudden inspiration for a new angle to my research. Since I can't use the findings I've completed here as a thesis, I better get started on a new project.
So, this new research about something that won't change the natural order of the world? I'm not making any promises, but I'm trying to stay clear of anything that might be used by ill-intentioned people. As it knows, this world had enough troubles to deal with already. It's strange, but I'm actually also looking forward to traveling a bit more, getting to see more of the continent in my search for a new angle. After having faced down demons, coping with a few dismayed villagers seemed like a walk in the park. So much has happened since I arrived in this town. When I think back on it, I'm horrified that I let myself get dragged into this mess, but some other part of me is grateful. I don't think I'm the same person I was when we started out, but I like this new me.
I'm glad.
You have done great for yourself, Anne. I'm looking forward to seeing where you go from here. You and me both, my friend. I have to write down the rest of my notes before I forget what I was thinking about. I see you later, Master Alchemist. And then... whoop. Michael. He's the second least favorite, okay? That's why he's here now, so... we're still saying goodbye to him. You find Michael sitting beneath a tree, staring at the blackened branches above.
The sparrows haven't returned to this place yet.
No, he didn't return out to be a jerk. He kept a few secrets, but not a jerk.
But I'm sure they will be soon. Singing Rune's latest masterpiece. I wonder if we will be in it.
Probably.
I won't be staying to find out, though. I'm a man on a mission now, after all.
I'm going to use what I found here to make a positive change to the world, even if it's just a tiny one. Who are you, and what have you done with Michael?
Let's see.
Who knows? I barely recognize myself these days, but perhaps change is needed sometimes. At the very least, I still look dashing, don't you agree? Michael pulls from his coat a small leather-bound book with the sign of the archivist marked on the cover.
Look.
Please don't mention to Victoria I saved this. I fear she might be rather cross with me. It's not much, but it is a start. Somewhere for me to begin this new mission of mine to hold the Empire accountable.
I mean, sure, there's no set deadline. But I do finally feel a sense of purpose. I'm still getting used to that.
Well, let's see. Don't mess it up.
So...
Well, now you have a good goal you care about. Next step is to not mess it up.
Thank you.
Pressure, lovely. That will add to the excitement. You've been the most trusted friend through all of this. I'm grateful for your help. Don't get all sappy on me now. You'll make me cry. Is that such a bad thing? It would be a fitting ending to a heart farewell, don't you think? No, I don't. We weren't that close. And then... Victoria or Mime? No, let's say goodbye to Mime. That's fine.
Hi! Over here!
Hi, Morgan. Over here.
I saved a cake for you.
You sit down with Mime along the anemone flowers, and she smiles brilliantly. With everyone talking about their plans for leaving, it makes me feel a little sad. We made some amazing friends here, but now we have to part ways? Seems unfair.
About that...
We'll see each other again, I'm sure of it.
Got it.
That's a nice thought. You know what? That makes me feel better. It's not farewell, it's see you soon. I do find it kinda interesting what sort of adventure we might get into in the future. Being stuck with you is certainly going to ensure I never get bored.
I wonder...
I'm looking forward to the future ahead. sneaky duo and our grand adventures.
Thank you!
Thank you, Morgan, for being my friend through all of this. I'm grateful for everything. Okay, and then... Come on, Victoria.
I see you're done napping. I am honestly at a loss for what will happen next.
I'm no longer bound to the Empire, but I still wish to change the system. Perhaps I will pull some strings, take a page out of Michael's book, and work from the shadows. As long as I get to do it my way.
That's great.
The Empire has seen no fury like yours. It will be a reckoning for sure. For many, I'm sure.
This is the plan.
I plan on making it so. I almost can't believe we actually did it. It's hard to believe that in the end it was Ronan himself who saved us.
I see.
He did it all to give his brother a brighter future. He was an admirable man despite it all. Indeed. To love someone so much, while also finding it within his heart to empathize with the demons that brought him so much pain. He was a remarkable person. But I'm sure you still have much to do before the day is over. Go on, don't let me keep you. Okay, last one. You find Kading in the mines, the tall outlander inspecting the location of its once failed ritual. He smiles when you see Super approach.
I think I might have overindulged on food today, but it was worth it. It's hard to say when I'll get to eat this well again. I'm going to return to my people soon. It's about time I face up to my mistakes. And theirs. If I don't bring back word of what happened here due to their negligence, then nothing will ever change. There's a long way to go, and minds are not changed overnight. But I have to try.
About that...
If you find yourself in need of a hand dealing with it, you know where to find me.
It's appreciated.
I appreciate you saying so. A friendly face might be worth a lot once the elders are done with me, but I'm sure it will be fine. It's quite an achievement we made. How are you holding up in all of this? How are you feeling? I feel a little bit empty, honestly. It's odd that it's over.
How curious.
That makes sense. It's a huge chapter of your life coming to a close. I hope that you find something new to fill that void soon. You deserve it.
Actually...
As for what happens after, I was wondering if you would be willing to return with me. Mine as well, of course. I can't exactly say what will happen once I return, but I do know that I would much rather face it with you by my side. Sure. How could I ever say no when you ask like that? You'll never stop poking fun at me like this, will you? But I don't think I mind.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the future might bring, but I'm looking forward to it all the same, with you by my side. And now I'm ready to end the day. The alchemy shop is quiet. Even if Elizabeth is no longer here, you can still feel her calm presence lingering in the air. I'm ready. You close your eyes and breathe in deep. Then the doors to the shop burst open.
Hi!
Morgan! Come on now, everyone's waiting. She grabs you by the hand and you can't help but smile as she drags you out into the light to rejoin your friends.
At last.
And that is how the tale of the spirit alchemist comes to a close. Anemone Valley was saved and the demons once imprisoned were finally set free.
Let's see.
The attempts of the Paragon to keep this incident a secret had failed, as news of the death of his knight commander spread to Eridus and further onward into the central capital. With another election coming up and a movement among the public for growing doubt in his ability to keep dark creatures of magic in check, his rivals were smelling blood in the water. But that's all just politics for people who care about such things. The real story is what happened to the alchemist and her companions. The city of Anemone Valley was in quite a state after the dust had settled. There were those who felt resentful and wished to lash out at all magic users in retaliation. Such voices, however, were quickly beaten down by those whose hearts had been captured by the kind flower mage Quinn. Their shop became a symbol of hope and new beginnings, and later a place to learn and share knowledge that Quinn began teaching. The mines might have closed, but Anemone Valley bloomed as humans, nature, and magic came together to work towards a brighter future.
Well,
Victoria left the Knights, finding her own morals no longer aligned with their way of doing things. With her detailed knowledge of the inner workings of both the Knights and the Demon Hunter, she began digging on her own. And with the unexpected help of a certain chaotic mage, they began unraveling the corruption of Arodas from the shadows. Never giving up on the idea that with enough tenacity, she could make Arodas a better place.
how interesting.
Michael kept his list from the remains of the now burned Archivist Library, and with it he began hunting down those who had been behind the cleansing that had taken his family and so many others. He wasn't completely engulfed by thoughts of revenge, however. One could still find the colorful mage creating chaos in taverns across the continent, and occasionally he would make visits to the Mage Academy in the south, checking in on certain nature mage child, though he would never make his presence known.
You know...
Anne made good on her promise and destroyed all of her research about the Spirit Locket. Her original plan of earning her professor title before summer's end wasn't quite successful, but as she took to the road and traveled the lands in search of new research, she came to find she didn't mind the wait. When she finally was ready to present a new case, she brought her invaluable experience from her life on the road back with her to the academy. As a professor, she made a point of teaching her students about both the trials and wonders waiting for them outside their school, to calm those who might be fearful of the future. She also made changes by pushing for permits to allow pets into the campus premise, something that immediately earned her the title of Teacher of the Year among the student body.
At last.
Caden, together with Morgan and Mime, returned to the Outlanders with the main remains of the broken sword. As feared, their reception wasn't joyous, but the young Outlander who had stared down an army of demons was no longer focused on their approval. He recounted his discoveries with candor and gravity that shook the Outlanders' perspective of their role on the continent. Their inability to act has almost doomed them all. His story wouldn't uproot hundreds of years of tradition, but it did impress certain individuals. The Nightwalkers made him an offer to serve his time under their banner together with his beloved alchemist. At first, Caden was vehemently against Morgan getting involved in any way, but the alchemist refused to let him go on alone. Together they found allies within the Walkers who shared their vision of the Outlanders' role in the future of the continent. And as they worked to change his people's mind, they never left each other's sides. The end.
Indulge me.
So, what do you think, Madam Alchemist? Did I do the story justice? You did a wonderful job, Rune, as always. I'm sure this story will be a popular one of yours for years to come.
Happy to oblige.
You flatter me. It's time, my love.
I see.
Oh yes, I suppose we have been lingering here long enough.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rune, for indulging an old woman's curiosity.
Happy to oblige.
It has been an honor. Safe travels, Madam Alchemist.
Thank you, dear.
You as well. And so I'm left but one audience member yet. Truly the end to the tale, or is it?
I'll be seeing you.
I hope to see you back here again one day, hero. And that's it. That is the end of the game, and that is also the end of the longest stream I've done. Clocking in at pretty much 12.5 hours. Boy, I'm gonna be having to work to get back some goodwill for this. Hi, Costo. Yes. You're not happy about the situation. I'm sure the two downstairs aren't happy about the situation either. But I very thoroughly enjoyed this game, and I honestly have to say, I don't feel like I've been streaming for 12.5 hours. I don't feel it. I'm sure I'll feel it once I get up and start moving about. And once my stomach starts realizing that, hey, I haven't eaten anything today besides breakfast and a tiny snack during the stream. But besides that, yeah, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. I'm not planning on doing 12-hour streams anytime soon. It's nothing I ever plan to do. Yeah, I don't need to press any button. There we go. But yeah, nothing I plan to do. Banter credits, flower crown for mime, huh? Oh well. Oh yeah, no, 24 stream is never gonna happen. Oh, that is never gonna happen. Ever. That is never gonna happen, Lizard. I don't do well with that. I've stayed up for 24 hours before and it's not pretty. Streaming for that long? No. However, I do want to say thank you to everyone who stopped by during the stream. Anyone who stayed for the entire thing, well done you. Anyone who stopped by for a little bit and end up catching the rest in the vlog, by all means. Great done for sticking through to the end. My next stream will be tomorrow for 2 new demos, which at least won't be this long, though those are fairly short. Let's see. Is there anywhere? Let's see, I did write down which demos was on the list. I think it's also available on the schedule. Let's see. I thought I had put it down at least. No, not that button. That button. Let's see, it's Peckaway and Lakeburg Legacies that's scheduled for tomorrow. If they're both still available. So we'll see. Regardless, thank you to everyone who stopped by and enjoy the last bits of your weekend, if it's still your weekend. And until next time, goodbye.